Hello everyone. A big part of me wanted to do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 Thunderbirds are go style introduction. The only issue is that I don't think it would have worked very well with the way that we transition into this bit, because you have to emphasize the 5, 4, you know how it went. We've all watched Thunderbirds, right? I mean, we're of that vintage. Everyone loves Thunderbirds. Not that one where McFly did the soundtrack for, you know, the early noughties, cinematic re-release. No, the old one with the puppets, you know, that one.
I do, yeah. I also quite liked Captain Scarlet. That was another. I like how we haven't even introduced the show, Dan, and you're already talking about some strange 80s, even 70s TV show from your childhood.
That's true. Anyway, this is episode 136 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan, and that voice that you heard moments ago is dear old Phil. How you doing, Phil?
It's good. Maybe we should, save the TV show chat to the outro.
Potentially. Almost certainly.
But not this time.
I think the TV show chat was more because I was just thinking about how I might introduce this, and for some reason that Thunderbirds introduction came in. I suppose I could have tried to do like a Captain Scarlet style intro where it's like, this is the voice of the Lookout Sir.
Yeah.
We're here on Mars. I don't remember much else of that intro. I just remember they used to say, this is the voice of the Mysterons.
Yes, and all I remember is that they shoot Captain Scarlet and then he gets back.
A bunch of times. I actually haven't gone back and looked at it. They really muck him up. Like, there's bits where he gets like buried alive. He's got like massive gashes on his face. He's not having a good time, old Captain Scarlet.
A bit like,
but he just won't die.
A bit like RoboCop. Yeah.
Quite different from RoboCop in the sense that RoboCop very much could die.
But they put him together again.
They could.
A bit like $1 Million Man as well.
Yep, all those things. I don't really have any memories of $1 Million Man other than the Family Guy kind of gag about the $10 man or whatever it was.
Oh, okay.
Where it was like, we have the technology. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. He had like a bin for a leg. It was quite good.
Lovely.
Anyway, there you go. What are we talking about in episode 136, Phil?
Keeping it on topic, we're not actually talking about Warhammer 40k. We're talking about Warhammer 30k. Woo! Yes. So this has been a long time coming, but we're giving our top 5 things we like about the Horus Heresy. So we've all read the rules. Dan's played a couple of games. We thought we would give our take on things we like about the Horus Heresy, especially because it does actually relate to 40k in terms of 7th edition, and a lot of the game mechanics are similar, albeit different. We wanted to give our take on Horus Heresy as a 40k adjacent system.
Absolutely 100% correct. This is not, nor will it ever be, a Warhammer Horus Heresy podcast. But for today, we felt like it was fun to explore what we thought about the system and what we like about it. A little bit of a gripe in there as well, here and there, because, it wouldn't be a Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast without, us grumbling about things. And it also wouldn't be a Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast without a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
As is the established format, although, again, I always feel a little bit absurd suggesting that our show has anything resembling a format. We found our voice. It just might not be the best one out there. Nonetheless, I asked Phil to guess where the review comes from. And I'm doing that now.
Right. Phil? Okay. I think you're going to stay to form and do Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
You are absolutely correct, my friend. Today's 5-star review comes by way of Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. A Lovely Lads 5-star review by iwritegoodreviewyes, which potentially suggests that they have created this account purely in an attempt to offer us a fine review.
Maybe he reviews everything from apps to other podcasts, and he writes good reviews for all of them.
It's entirely plausible. It's certainly the case in this instance. So thank you very much, I Write Good Reviews. Yes, this is your 5-star review, your moment in the sun. Lovely Lads, 5 stars, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. If you would like to be like I Write Good Reviews, yes, please consider leaving us a 5-star review anywhere on the internet where you can do so. And then if that place happens not to be Audible, iTunes, Facebook, specifically our Facebook, reach out on our social media and let us know so we know where to look. And then lastly, there's also a Patreon and merchandise that no one buys ever, but it's there. So,
should you so desire to
be
adorned as a looker.
Exactly. Be a true individual. No one will be wearing that t-shirt other than you, guaranteed. You'll never go to a party and see someone else wearing that t-shirt.
Well, when I went to RFW too, there was someone else wearing a Look Out Sir t-shirt, but it was a different one from the one I was wearing.
See, there you go. You got a very high chance of being the only person wearing that shirt. Anyway, let's talk about this review. Lovely Lads, 5 stars. Warhammer chat can be a bit dry at the best of times. Dan's magnetic personality and Phil's demure charm do a lot to offset that. The newer episodes lose a bit of entertainment value with the absence of Joe. I would love to see his return in some fashion. 10 out of 10. Thanks for the lovely listens. I mean, what a lovely review, it's fair to say. I mean, I think we both kind of know that it lost a little something when Joe went away. But I feel like we kind of made it better over time. I think Joe was holding us back, don't you, Phil?
Well, I think the amount of rambles that especially you and Joe did together as a team was a lot more than we do. We tend to be a bit more 40k focused, despite actually talking about Thunderbirds and Scarlet, what's his name?
Captain Scarlet.
Captain Scarlet, that's it. Despite that, we do tend to talk a lot more 40k, whereas with you two, you would go off down your rabbit hole. You talk about Joe's dad and his childhood and your famous WWE stuff that you like to do and all sorts of stuff. Whereas we don't have
famous
that now.
WWE stuff that I liked to do.
I don't know, like the guys, the people. I don't know the names. The Rock,
The Rock, yes, absolutely.
People like that.
When I would do The Rock.
Yes, you talk about stuff like that, and I'll just be like, "Oh yeah, okay," nodding along, going, "I don't know what I'm on about."
That's true.
And then I'd normally set a timer for like 10 minutes, and then after that, I'm like, "Okay, guys, let's go back to talking about 40k." Right? Yeah. Okay.
Did you legitimately set a 10-minute timer for those bits?
No. I think it was my internal clock of how much can I take, and the pressure would build up, and then when I could take no more, that would be when I would chip in. I would put down whatever hobbying I was doing and for that brief period of time, and I would be like, "Come on, guys, let's talk about it." So yes, we do miss Joe, of course. He's a lovely Joe. In fact, you have been graced because he did appear a couple of episodes ago now.
He did, yeah, he did. It was good to get him back on. Shame that the recording didn't quite work out, but it was good to have him on. Say thank you to the person who left the review. I write good review. Yes, go on, Phil. Go on.
Okay, I write good reviews. Yes, thank you very much. The extra yes at the end of your name, stupendous. Even though it was a review mostly praising Joe, I suspect you might be a friend of his. Maybe you are an old Joe stalwart super fan. You can go find him on, is it like Liam Dempsey does a live stream every Tuesday or something?
He's doing one right now. You can go to YouTube while we're recording this film, and you can watch Joe playing his Raven Guard.
I thought he's got a beautiful guard army at the moment. He's not playing.
He does, yes, but as of this precise moment in time, he's playing with his rather nice-looking Raven Guard that you doubled up with him.
Exactly. It was so good. We couldn't quite get into the cabinet, but it was still good enough. We had a jolly good time. Yeah, we had fun playing in doubles together. Yeah. So anyway, thank you. I write good reviews. Yes. Glad you enjoy the show. Glad you enjoy our pitter patter, even if it is Sans Joe. But yeah, he make a show once in a while. A wild Joe does appear from time to time.
He can do. He always turns up for the quizzes because he wins them all.
Oh god, yeah, so annoying.
We better start swatting up on our 40k related knowledge, mate. For the Christmas quiz.
I know. I think Joe has the extreme advantage of literally just gorging himself on Black Library novels constantly. So whenever there's like a sort of vague lore question, he gets it off the back. Whereas we scrabble around going, "What's this? Well, I don't know."
I mean, the difference between us and Joe, though, is we do this for fun.
True. He's been doing 40k as a career job, as a professional for a couple of years now, actually.
Mate, like 3-4 years, yeah.
Exactly. Maybe he should be disqualified from the 40k because he's in the professional league. We're in the amateurs. So
this is true. This
is the Olympics. You can't have any of those pros playing there.
That's true. Anyway, transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. Not that you necessarily went anywhere. Maybe you did. Maybe you went away, and this is you returning. Thus, the whole welcome back introduction is appropriate. But if you just stuck with us from the intro, which is almost certainly the bit that came before this, the 5-star review, wasn't that fun? By no means tedious, I'm sure. Now we're going to talk about Horus Heresy, because it's been a while. It's been a while since I have... Oh, God, I pressed the thing. I went wrong. That's what happens, Phil, when I try and get all emotional about things. How are you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Do you like the fact that we're talking about Horus Heresy before we've even properly talked about Kill Team? And Kill Team came out months and months and months ago.
That is true. We have done Kill Team a massive disservice, haven't we, with our relative lack of interest in it. Not that we weren't interested. We purchased, Kill Team
bits
related products and or got, relatively intrigued by the whole experience. But yeah, we didn't get around to playing it. And have you played it, Phil?
No, I haven't yet. I'm still waiting. I want to say an invite from you, but actually it's more just an excuse to hang out with you and play Kill Team. We can do that at some point. That still, I don't think has happened, which is most of the year then, in that case. Why have you not invited me around to play games?
It's not that I always assert that there is an open invitation as it concerns yourself, Phil. You just never, you never seem to be available, so it never occurs.
I know. It was a bit annoying. I was available last weekend, but you seemed busy, so I didn't invite myself around.
Well, there you go, you see.
To your family barbecue that you had going on.
It was a nice family barbecue, though, to be fair, mate. You missed out there. It was a good time. You could have come along and enjoyed it.
Oh, maybe I should have.
You should have done, mate. You should have done. It was good. I didn't make steak because that would imply that I reared an animal and then slaughtered it and then chopped it into steaks. No, I went to a butcher's and I bought some T-bone steaks and then I burned those on a grill to relative perfection. And then some chicken wings as well. Oh, I've gotten quite good at buffalo chicken wings now, Phil. That's my thing.
I know. Well, I have had those before when I came around last.
There you go. I'm getting all right. I'm getting better and better on that side of things. One day, Phil, this is my legit, sidebar, legitimate talk. One of the things I aspire to do in the future, so I'm hoping to get myself some kind of nice outdoor cooking area, and then I'm thinking it would be great if we did like a series of little one-off novelty videos where it's like a combination of cooking and 40k. So like,
can it be like Hot Ones 40k edition, where
it could be
each battle round of the game, the hot sauces get hotter and hotter.
That could be a pretty funny way of approaching it, yeah. And then add a kind of interview segment to it as well. Ask relatively vapid questions. What's your explain the Instagram, that kind of thing that they do on there, isn't it, all the time?
Yeah, maybe this needs to be some form of live stream so we can get some audience participation, or pre get some questions from the lookers, basically.
Indeed. Have you got any celebrity anecdotes that you could add to that kind of thing, Phil? Have you spent time with any celebrities? Did Vivienne Westwood once give you a pen?
No. I mean, I once dated a girl who worked for Vivienne Westwood, but that's about as close as it gets.
I mean, there you go. That's not bad. And did that individual, that girl, have any anecdotes about Vivienne Westwood that were worth sharing?
I mean, if she did, I forgot, so no.
Brilliant. Clearly not would be the way that went. But I thought, the combination of food show, 40k stuff. It could be like, Phil's coming around today, so I'm cooking him a lovely leg of lamb. And then, we can do a little recipe talking about a Krieg-themed lamb that I've, cooked up for you. And then we can...
I'll cut you off here. I don't like lamb.
Well, all right. Well, that was just an example.
So, I know, but I thought I'd just put it out there.
You don't like lamb?
Well, lamb and mince, or mint sauce, it tends to be a bit hit and miss. I mean, beef is always, in my mind, the top meat. In
the upper echelon, yeah.
The food hierarchy. Lamb is probably right at the bottom. So, you can go wild with everything in between, just not lamb.
Understood. But anyway, look, there you go. Believe it or not, this was us introducing us talking about Horus Heresy. Did we ever even mention Horus Heresy?
In the context that it's not kilting, basically.
Yeah, that's what we did. This is why, we're the best darn podcast in town, isn't it? People love this stuff. I assume.
I mean, maybe we insert this in the timestamp as the actual beginning of the segment rather than the last 5 minutes that we just had.
Well, I feel like we've given away so many high quality content production aspirations and ideas that I feel like we'll probably just edit a lot of that out so as to preserve our creative ideas.
To stop someone else coming in and stealing it off of us.
Exactly.
Well, that is. I mean, if someone else does 40k Hot Ones, I will be... we know who to go beat up, basically.
Well, exactly. And that is how it works. And I'm sure it would be within the boundaries of the law for us to do so.
Yeah, that is the stipulation, that if you've stolen our idea, we get to beat you up.
To be honest with you, though, that is not a terrible stipulation, because both you and I feel are big wusses.
They don't know that, necessarily.
I think they get... I mean, we're presenting and or producing a Warhammer 40,000 podcast, mate. I don't think it's going to be a massive, leap of faith or... stretch of their judgment.
But here's the thing: if they're also doing a 40k related Hot Ones piece of content, they're also wusses.
That's true. So we fancy our chances in that situation, is what you're saying.
I reckon 50-50. Yeah.
Maybe that's something we could go for. We could go for one of those boxing things.
What, with like giant boxing gloves?
Well, like what Jake Paul does and all the rest of it, where, the celebrity influencer boxing things.
Oh, so like, okay, yes, that is a racket, isn't it? Yeah, let's do that.
Totally. If you could, fight any of the other, YouTube personalities specializing in Warhammer 40,000 content, who would you go up against? Who would you want to brawl with?
That's... My gut instinct says Valrak, Just because he's quite nice, I don't think he's got it in him to fight back too much.
Do you think so? I mean, I think Valeric would be a bit of a
dirty fighter. Do you think?
I think he'd surprise you.
Actually, the thing is, the problem with him is, even if you defeated him, he would still say he's undefeated and that he won.
Well, that's true. That's true. But I mean, anyway, yeah, I'd go with Joe Coles from DCTV.
Oh, but I mean, you do it to him verbally all the time anyway, so it's not much difference.
No, me and Joe brawling would be, I think, fantastically entertaining.
It would be. It would indeed.
That'd be good. But again, I don't fancy my chances. I just think it'd be funny.
Well, that is true. That's fair enough.
I think that's how that's going to go. Horus Heresy, everybody. Let's see how that worked out in the edit. Horus Heresy, it's been out for a little while now. Myself and Phil have procrastinated. I've played games of it. Phil, you haven't played games of it, but you've read and or observed enough activity within the wider community that you feel qualified to talk with authority on the topic?
Yes, I have read the rules, not quite cover to cover, because I read the rules section bit first, and now I'm going through the lore sections. I think I'm currently up to, I just finished reading about Imperial Fists, so I'm on the Legion specific section of the lore bit of the book. So I'm getting there. I've almost read it completely.
Magical.
I've been my ear to the ground in the hubbub of the community and listening to other, there are a few content creators out there talking about Horus Heresy, so I've been listening to those as well.
Some have stayed the course, there is a few who have not just, taken Games Workshop up on the opportunity to go to Warhammer World and pat each other on the back and then do nothing else after the fact. Some have stayed the course.
Oh, exactly. Those ones, hats off to them. Very impressive that they've actually... I mean, some have even just pivoted into doing 30k when they weren't really doing it before, so that's even more impressive.
Oh, indeed. The Slippery Fingers Society, old Pardo, he's well into it, I understand. He's actually doing some pretty good back reps for it.
Yeah, he really likes 30k from what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, rightly so. It's a flipping good game, is the overarching sentiment. And to illustrate that, myself and Phil are going to have a conversation about the game, its systems, specifically rules that we like. That's basically what we're doing. We're doing a top 5 things we like about Horus Heresy, having now existed alongside it for a month. Has it been a month now? Feels like it's been a month.
If not more, I would say.
Quite probably more. But yeah, the point is Horus Heresy is here. We're getting a feel for it all the more, and we wanted to talk about things that we have identified that we quite like about it. Because there seems to be a lot of good things about it overall. Are we going to do any negatives? Are we going to try and this?
I've got 5 things that I think I am either looking forward to actually playing or I like about the rules, and then I've got a couple of honourable mentions for stuff and a few dislikes, because it's not all perfect, but it is almost there. So we can chuck those in at the end. And obviously, to an extent, we'd be looking it through the lens of 7th edition as well, because obviously some of these rules, or a lot of the rule set, is based on 7th edition. So some of the stuff that I like might be nostalgia for rules that existed in 7th. So sometimes I'll probably be talking about it in I used to like this in 7th edition context, even though it's not the exact same system, but there's a lot of similarities.
I get what you're saying. I understand. I think that is definitely one of the most interesting aspects, I suppose, of the edition is, the fact that at first glance, you definitely will and can mistake a lot of this game as being 7th edition. I've made this statement a lot over time, but I'll say it again. I don't consider this game to be 7th edition. I think this game is as much 7th edition as 4th edition was 3rd. It is essentially a, Horus Heresy 2nd edition. It's very different from the 7th edition system that came before it. Not dramatically different, much in the same way as like 9th edition is different from 8th, but not dramatically different. That is very much what we're kind of looking at here. And there's a number of systems and things that they've added that impact that. But moreover, it's the little details. If I'm honest with you, it's the little changes that actually have a big impact on how the game plays. So we'll talk through things we've identified, things we like, and we'll take it from there, I guess. I mean, that seems like the way to go. So we both put 5 things down on a list, and we're going to talk through it, unless Phil has anything else to add before we get into it.
No, I am raring to go.
Magical. All right, so straightforward enough. We're going to say things we like in no particular order. I suppose the implication is that we're going to go in an order of things we like, air quotation marks, the most, or rather end with the stuff we like the most. So I guess we'll start with the stuff we like but don't love, and we'll work up to the stuff we really like, I guess, as we go along. Does that make sense, Phil?
Yes, yeah. 5-1.
5-1. 1 being bestest bit, 5 being it's pretty good still. So yeah, we'll do it that way. So number 5, Phil, what you got?
I've got universal special rules.
Oh, blimey. Imagine that.
Exactly.
But aren't there loads of them, Phil? Isn't it confusing? Aren't there just too many of them?
I mean, it's easy to see why. I think when you're reading through them, you go, well, there's a lot here. But what I like about it is and it's not entirely all of them, it's the vast majority of game mechanics that make the game interesting are all in that one place. Not exclusively, because actually, and this is the downside of universal special rules, is there's like a subset of universal special rules that are in the Space Marine Liber books. So they've got like an extra section, so that is a little bit confusing, I think, when you're trying to learn it all. But overall, and I think when it comes to things like 8th and 9th edition, there are some rules that do make sense to be universal special rules, like things like Deep Strike, Feel No Pain, or some kind of damage mitigation role, is I think it often gets called. So it does make sense, I think, to have these things. Now, what I like about the Horus Heresy universal special rules is it's basically you've got the core rules, and then the universal special rules are the things that mess around with the core rules and give you extra abilities, and that's kind of it. There's no hidden surprises elsewhere, or I say this on some of the obviously units and Primarchs and stuff. They will have unique special abilities or war gear options, possibly, but it's much more restricted. And a lot of armies, especially when they're all Space Marines, have access to pretty much all the same things that can do these special abilities. It's not like 9th edition, where all of those universal specials are effectively baked into the individual data sheets, which kind of means you don't know what it is, or it does something completely unique. So you've got maybe an Elder Guardian that's got an ability baked into it, and then I've got an Imperial Guardsman, and they sort of do similar-ish stuff, but if there's a universal special rule or a special rule on that data sheet, it will all be completely different stuff. And even with the Deep Strike mechanics, every single Deep Strike has a completely different name, even though it does the exact same thing, which is a bit confusing when people are trying to learn the rules. The pros, however, even the cons of universal special rules is, I think, when you're learning the units and you're learning the game, it would make much more sense to be able to view a data sheet and see what those universal special rules are actually on the data sheet itself, rather than having to go off to a book to read them. I mean, but it saves space, I guess. And I think once you've played a few games and you've learnt what they do, it's kind of ingrained into memory, so it wouldn't actually be as much of a problem. But it does give you slightly more of a learning curve, I think, in that respect.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to assert that there are some legitimate quality of life improvements that come as a result of the 9th edition datasheet layout. The fact that every single unit's abilities are on the datasheet is very helpful. Where it becomes, interesting is in those instances where units have similar but different rules, you know, that and those are the ones you've identified. Some kind of damage mitigation, which we would still refer to as feel no pain. Some kind of arrive from reserves rule, which we would either call outflanking or deep strike, depending upon how it kind of operates. And other examples are available. And I think where the issue with 9th edition comes down is that each one of those rules is written differently, but does the same thing. Not in all instances. Sometimes they're the same, but often there's even little nuances in terms of how they've structured the language around what is essentially a universal special rule. A Terminator squad and a jump pack squad do the same things. From a narrative perspective, as in they both arrive from reserves via a deep strike-esque rule. But narratively, the Terminators are in a teleportarium, whereas the jump packs are jumping out or something.
Yeah.
And know, and they tweak the words to essentially denote their place of origin off the board, but it really doesn't matter because the application is the same. They were in reserves, now they're on the board, and they're on the boards anywhere outside of 9. Now it's, it just would have been really, really good if they just universally agreed that that is just called Deep Strike and everything has it, and the rule was always written the same, or you referred to a bigger kind of well of universal special rules, which is what Heresy offers. And I agree with you, it can feel quite overwhelming when you first confront the universal special rules because they are numerous. But in real terms, there's probably less of them than there are unit-specific rules in 40k. And I think with repetition, you get to a place where you're like, I understand how this works.
Yes, yeah. I think with Horus Heresy, it's quite a chunky core mechanics in terms of the actual number of pages, probably in comparison to 40k. But I don't think it's a huge amount more. And also, you can be like, cool, our first few games, we're not going to have vehicles or flyers or anything like that. We're not going to have Primarchs. So you can actually, and even say, let's give it a psychic powers. So you can cut out swathes of that book and go, okay, we're just going to learn the basics around movement, shooting, combat, and the special rules that are just associated with a couple of units, and not worry about all this extra stuff. And we can add those in later once we've done a few games if you want to sort of learn the rules sort of piecemeal. I feel like the problem with how the rules are often displayed in 40k is sometimes you have very similar rules that are worded slightly differently, and the problem with that is you can never tell if that's done intentionally or by a mistake. So quite often you will have units, a bit like what drones I think still do, like a mitigation of you can pass damage from a character most often onto a lesser model, such as a drone or an inquisitorial acolyte or the Celestine's two little ladies, and they all have slightly different wording, and some of them I think actually happen at slightly different stages, whether it's before you've rolled the damage. So if you hit them with a las cannon, is it the whole d6 damage gets passed on because it happens before that and that just gets converted into one mortal wound, or is it just one of those damage bits gets... So there's often some rules a bit like that. That's potentially a poor example, where it's all very similar, but actually a couple of them actually operate in different ways. And when you get all the internet people arguing about it, quite often you say, oh yes, but this rule is very similar to this one, so therefore that's the intention of the designers to make it like this. And ultimately you don't know if that really is the case, because why has it been worded differently?
Yeah, and I think that is one of the unfortunate pitfalls of the current system, which this, relatively old school universal special rule system addresses. I just think that the initial barrier to entry feels worse, but it's actually, in a way, it's not as bad. But you have to go through it. But it's the same, right? Again, speaking as someone who is entrenched in 9th edition 40k, so much of this I've just consumed through ongoing learning and osmosis from the community. So now when you talk about disgusting resilience, I know what it means. If you talk about certain rules that certain units have. I've sort of stored that in my memory now. So like, Guardian Defenders will re-roll 1s to hit when they are firing at a unit that's on an objective or while they're on an objective. Again, see, I can't remember all of it off the top of my head, but the point is that like you kind of understand that there are those things in play. But yeah, with Universal Special Rules, it's the same gimmick, it's just done differently. But where it's useful is it really does, when you get to a point where you know what the Universal Special Rules are pretty well, you don't need to spend time looking at the nuances. You just go, yeah,
because I think the idea is you can rock up to a game and not necessarily know your opponent's army. So either if it's in Horus Heresy, it's Space Marines on Space Marines, or later on when it's AdMech and Custodes or whatever. Now there will be some army specific special rules that will be unique to them that you'd have to explain to your opponent, but ultimately there'll be a load of stuff on their datasheet where you go, okay, cool, this has got Crusader, Precision Strike, teleport or whatever it might be. And they, having played their army, will probably know a bunch of those ones already, because ultimately the list of Universal Special Rules is relatively small in the grand scheme of things, especially when compared to all the rules in 40k on all the different data sheets. So the idea is you can go up against an army that you don't necessarily know or have played against, but you'll have a much easier time in terms of understanding what that army can do.
Yeah, I totally agree. I definitely remember at the height of 7th edition, I was so knowledgeable about what everything was and how it operated that I never had the kind of rules blindness that I have in 40k today. Like, I could very immediately identify what a squad did as much by looking at the minis, but also by just getting a quick rundown. Like, you see something in heavy armor, you could just say to your opponent, they're slow and purposeful, right? And they go, yeah, okay, cool. I know everything I need to know about that. But again, even in like 7th edition, there weren't movement characteristics, so there was even less to sort of remember, because you just be like, it's infantry, cool, it moves 6, easy. I don't have to be like, what's their movement? Like, it was even potentially more kind of consumable back then. But yeah, no, I dig it, man. Universal Special Rules is definitely a plus. My number 5, if I can be so bold, was the missions. What I love about the missions, and this isn't necessarily something we have to go into the weeds on, but I really love the missions, because the missions harken back to a sort of simpler time, right? Like, there's a winner and there's a loser. The gradients or the difference between a win and a loss is inconsequential. You either win or you lose, and the parameters are very, very simple to understand. Do a thing, do it more often than your opponent, you win. Kill stuff, kill more than your opponent, you win. Kill something in a specific battle round, or not battle round because they're not called battle rounds in Heresy, do it in a turn,
yeah.
You win. It's like, it's really, really easy, and something that actually offers quite a lot of tactical nuance beyond what modern 9th edition 40k offers. I think the other benefit of the missions is the fact that they're played on 6x4 boards again. I think the fact that you have that extra board real estate really helps the feel of the game. I think that is a massive plus. And also, the deployment is not alternating. It's, I'll deploy my army, you deploy your army, off we go. It's not perfect in most instances, because the default methodology is we roll off, I decide to be the attacker, say. I choose my deployment zone and I deploy my army. You then, in defense, will deploy your army. But then I can turn around to you by default and tell you, hey, fun story, you're going first. So that is still...
I think that's wrong. Because I think for most of them, bar one, the person that's the attacker goes first.
So to be clear, the default version of it, stated as the standard default version, is what I've said. They also then tell you to refer to the mission rules, and the mission rules are 9 times out of 10 the right way of doing it, which is
okay.
if you've set up first, you have to go first unless your opponent seizes on you.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how they've worked it in the missions. But the default version is still.
Yes, and I think they even clarify that they can go, just do what you want. Like if you want to change anything or you want to house rule stuff, they kind of say that numerous times within certain bits of the book about doing that. And
there's definitely an implied level of intelligence given to the Horus Heresy gamer, much more so than the prescriptive way that they dish out rules in 40k. 40k is much more of an idiot's guide to gaming, whereas in Heresy there does seem to be a little bit more concession for, hobby instincts or flexibility, I suppose.
There's definitely some good bits to the missions that I really like. They obviously bring back the old school primary and secondary objectives. So primary tends to, as you say, either kill something or maybe hold an objective, and then the secondary is your slay the warlord. So you've got to be the first person to kill. Oh no, you just got to kill a warlord. Not going to be the first one.
Yeah, just kill the warlord.
You've got line breaker, which is in the last turn. You've got to be sort of within your opponent's deployment zone, or is it in their deployment zone or near their board edge? Deployment zone. Yeah. And then the last one is it now called First Strike? Because it used to be First Blood. Then it's First Strike, but what it does has now changed. So First Blood was the very first person to get a kill in the first turn, got a victory point. Then they changed it to First Strike, so it was the first... not the first person. If you killed a unit in your first turn, you got a point, so it allowed you to both get a point each. And now First Strike in Horus Heresy is the first person to kill a unit in any turn gets a point, so now only one person can get it. What's kind of interesting with that is it feels like it favours the person going first, but not necessarily, especially when you have the night fighting mission rules in place, and obviously if you're going second, you can deploy a bit more defensively. So I thought that was an interesting one. It would be interesting to see how those shake out. And the kind of cool thing is it's all relatively low point scoring games. It's not going up to 100 points like in 40k. At most you'll tend to get like 5 or 10 victory points would probably be like a good number to get, which is why those secondaries can often be the decider. I remember in 40k it would quite often be nearly a draw, and you might win it on the line breaker. And I remember people really hating that, but it was like, but that's there in the mission, so you need to build your army to have something that could potentially do that at the end if you need it.
Yeah, I never hated line breaker because it was, it was a mission parameter that was clear to all involved, right? And I think list tailoring and building to those missions was still a thing. I think you needed to have stuff that, allowed you to perform in those missions. But I don't think it was nearly as overly pronounced as it is these days. I think the way that and credit where credit's due to current 9th edition missions as per Nephilim, I think they're in a good place. I think the Nephilim missions are starting to get to a place where the game is much more playable than it has been before in terms of, the kind of accessibility of those missions, although maybe that's just a kind of over kind of exposure to that particular methodology, and maybe I've just become a little bit more understanding of that style of mission. But I do think Nephilim's in a good place right now. I just think the thing is that like the list tailoring within 9th edition is such that the game almost becomes unplayable for people who don't build to these missions. Even now, like the amount of times I see people going, I really struggle with like doing the secondaries, or even like the stuff that you've got to pick, and it's like, because you need to, before your game, pick your secondaries and build your army to do those secondaries, or at least 2 of the 3, and then maybe you'll determine one of them afterwards. And if you don't do that, you're going to have a real hard time, especially with
prior to the latest one, like with guard and stuff. So there's only a limited number that they can physically do sort of half decently. Hopefully the latest GT pack sort of soften that up a bit, because every faction now has their specific ones that they can do.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is that it's good to see these missions. I think they're they feel like a really fresh change, and I hope that the regular 40k takes some cues from this. I don't think it will. Again, this is the thing, not to get back on this. I used to love it in 8th edition when we had all these different ways of playing. Like the ITC guys had their ITC game and they could have a fun time doing their, getting their abacus out and doing their maths. Great. But for most of us, we just played Eternal. And every year they went, here's a new set of Eternal War missions. And they were great. Sure, there were some duds. The one where there was like an area that nullified invuns. Not the best. But thematic, interesting. I thought the old chapter-approved system was much better, and this is kind of in the vein of that. Yeah,
I think they finally caught up to that in 40k by doing the open war deck and Tempest of War, even though Tempest isn't Maelstrom. But they are giving us more ways to play. It's not quite the same as the old kind of chapter-approved in giving us that yearly cycle of like Eternal War missions, though. What I do like, actually, this is my last point about the Horus Heresy stuff, is they've separated out the deployment zones and the missions once more, because that is how it always was in 7th edition. You've got your mission, and then you roll a dice, and you've got 6 different deployment zones that you can play from. So it means you can replay that same mission 6 different ways, and it will be different and interesting, even if you're playing against the same opponent. Whereas in 40k, if you and me play 6 games of one mission, it'll get really boring by the second one, because it's the exact same deployment zone. You'll be picking the exact same secondaries every single time, because that's, you should know what your most optimum one is. So there is no difference, and that's why I feel like the missions have been really stale in 40k. But they've been getting there, as you said, with the GT packs, to improve them each time and update them and make sure every 6 months you've got some brand new missions to play to solve that problem. However, if they separated out the deployment zones once more, it would actually make those missions last longer. It'd have longer quality of life because you've got way more replayability out of them. But maybe tournament organisers don't like that, because they want their fixed objective placements and stuff. And that is the other thing, is with objectives, quite often you get to pick where they go.
Yeah. I think that's it, isn't it? I think it's, again, I feel like the problem is with 9th is that the GT mission pack should have just been that. And then default 40k should have sort of been something akin to what 40k has been for as long as 40k has been a thing, which is the kind of mission structure that we've had since 3rd edition. It's like, give us that, because that's what we like and that's what we know. And then for those who really want to play this GT variant, they've got that as a rule set as well. And I felt like that worked well in 8th. I felt like having the 2 little fiefdoms, or 3 or 4 different, I think those 3 ways to play ideology of 40k in 8th was a really cool thing. Open narrative match, and then having different sort of variables within that was good. And from an idealistic perspective, they still kind of instill that in 40k, but it doesn't work in a practical sense, because people just want to play. People who are now playing 40k are only really interested, in my experience, in playing what has been spoken as normal 40k, which is GT missions packs.
Yeah. I think the problem was wording. Obviously, we're going off topic here, but open play should have been called matched, and it should have been by default points. But if you want to do power level, fine, cool. Then narrative can be crusade. That's kind of cool, but ideally a non-crusade narrative element to it would have been nice. And then the last one should have been tournament, and it's specifically called tournament, not matched, because in previous editions, match play was the default way to play. So suddenly you produce a tournament book and you call it match play, everyone's just going to gravitate to that. The number of people that want to do what is actual open from Games Workshop's perspective, where it's like, just put your models on the table, you don't need a force org chart, you don't need points, you can have 10 models, your opponent can have 100 models, that's cool, yeah, just do what you want. Like, beyond 10-year-olds who are literally just learning to play the game, no one does that. And I mean, maybe people out there do it. Please let me know if you do in the comments, because that would be really interesting. But I think most people, if they are doing something like that, it's a form of narrative, or they're doing it deliberately, or they're teaching their kids to play. It's almost like you could write a sentence to say, yeah, this is an option if you want to do it, but match play is still by default, use points or power level, and you still do all the sort of standard stuff.
Yeah, totally agree, mate. Totally agree. But there we go. Tangent. The point is, I like these missions. They're a great little return to form, and I'm glad we've got them. Well done, them. Number 4, Phil.
Number 4, I went for the initiative characteristic and all that it means.
They've incorporated a lot into the initiative characteristic, which is really cool. But do please explain.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about that. I was mostly talking about it in the terms of combat. So everyone has an initiative characteristic baked into their profile. It's how quick and speedy you are. But basically, for combat at least, it determines the order in which you hit. So if let's say I've got some veteran Space Marines, and my initiative, I believe, is 5, and you, Dan, you charge me with your regular Space Marines. I think they're initiative 4. Even though you've charged me, I will get to hit you first, which is definitely giving you some interesting options for strategy. And then things like, if you were to, you might be, let's say we do it the other way around, so I'm charging you with my veterans. I have initiative 5, so I should be charging you first, but if I charge through cover, that means I drop down to initiative 1, which means you get to strike me first. But if I have grenades, if I've got frag grenades, that counters the effect of charging through cover. So it means I get to strike at my normal initiative. And then lastly, if I've got a power weapon of some kind, like a power fist, I think it's, I want to say it's cumbersome. Is that the special rule? Or is it
no, unwieldy?
Unwieldy, that's it. Cumbersome is a different special rule, which does something vaguely similar. But unwieldy means you strike last at initiative 1, basically, with things like power fists. So that again is a tactical option. Do I want to have a sergeant with a power fist or a terminator with a power fist, knowing that chances are everyone else in either my squad and probably my opponent's squad is going to get to hit me first. It gives you lots of tactical choices when selecting war gear and units, and also how you move and charge around the board.
Yeah, I think the inclusion of initiative is one of those things that I think what it unlocks in terms of the gameplay mechanics that they can design is quite incredible. So, it adds so much more depth to your character profile and just, creates so many more interesting dynamic moments within the game. Obviously, a high initiative, I think, is very strong in Heresy. I think, in a way, a high initiative in Heresy feels stronger than a high initiative has ever felt in any earlier version of 40k. I think this is the strongest edition for initiative. And also what you also find is that initiative tends to be comboed with weapon skills, which is probably something we're going to talk about later. But I think those have also seen benefits in this edition, which I'm sure we'll talk about when either of us decide to mention weapon skills as a plus point. Have you got weapon skill as a plus point? I assume you do.
I may do. I can neither confirm nor deny, Dan.
All right, no worries. Well, I don't, so I'm hopeful you do.
But the last bit about initiative, do they not increase your movement when you're running? Is that how it works?
They are your movement when you're running. Your run is movement plus initiative.
Yeah. That's it. So that is a new change that they've added in for Horus Heresy 2.0, which is very cool. And then I think lastly, the other one is when you're rolling off to see who's won combat, and then if you win and your opponent gets to effectively like run away, you get the option to cut them down. Is that not a dice roll
That's
plus your initiative as well?
Yeah.
So you've got a better chance if you've got higher initiative of literally killing an entire squad and wiping them out in combat. So combat can be very devastating if you win. And so you've got to win the overall attrition of a combat, so the number of wounds done in that round of combat between you and your opponent. So they have to, they've also got to fail a leadership test, that's right.
They do have to fail a leadership test.
And then if they fail the leadership test, they run away, and they've got a chance of escaping, or you've got a chance of cutting them down. And if you cut them down, the whole squad is gone for. But then there's a bunch of special rules that might mean that you can't actually do that follow-up cutting them down move, because you're I think it's that other one. Did I say cumbersome? Cumbersome.
No,
it might be
unwieldy. Yeah. Oh, cumbersome. No, you're talking about what, like slow and purposeful?
Or, it might be that as well. See, this is
no, you're right. There's
one of them
heavy
is
infantry, or I think it's just heavy, which is a type that prevents you from doing that as well.
Yes, yeah. There's a few, this thing. I've obviously read it once, but I've not played it. So my remembering of how some universal special rules and what they do is a bit rusty, because I actually read the book a few weeks ago now.
Well, fair enough, my friend. The point is, you're a fan of the initiative value and what it brings to the table.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do quite miss it, I think, from regular 40k. I feel like they've tried to bring it back in to an extent with the strike first, strike last mechanics, and things having abilities that always do that, or can activate and gift that to units in combat. So it does a very simplified version of what the initiative step does, but the initiative characteristic gives you a lot more nuance and an easy visual representation of comparison between, my unit can do this, that means it's got higher initiative than yours, which makes it just instantly better. So yeah, rather than having to read through the rules and stuff to dig those things out. So yeah, I like it. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I like it too. To be fair, I think it's a good addition overall. So no, win-win, mate. Good shout. A good additive.
Well, thanks very much. And what's your number 4 going to be?
So specifically, I'm curious whether I should try and just say vehicles in the general sense, but I'm just going to go with ramming vehicles, which is what I've put down as my number 4. Which is to say, look, the thing that I loved about the old edition of 40k, and the thing that I struggled with the longest to get my head around with new 40k, was assaulting vehicles. It didn't make any sense to me conceptually. It doesn't really thematically work, the idea that here's my rhino, okay, and now it's charging you. And I understand that, we've played 8th/9th edition 40k now enough that we accept and acknowledge that this is how it is. But I think so much of that is just from that kind of familiarity. And I think when I started out with 40k, vehicles were always such unique entities, and they interacted with other miniatures, the game, in a totally unique and different way to anything else on the tabletop. And I think one of the key aspects of that is what now is summed up within ramming vehicles, which is all of the kind of stipulations surrounding how vehicles interact with other models. So in Heresy, a vehicle can't charge, right? Straightforward enough. A vehicle cannot be locked in combat, because a vehicle will just drive over you if you try and hold it down in combat. Unless, of course, the vehicle is immobilized, in which case it won't move. And the mechanics around that kind of accommodate that. But ramming vehicle now seems like a rule that has gone so far as to incorporate aspects of tank shock into it as well. So tank shock used to be separate from ramming. I think it's very sensible that they've just incorporated both rules into kind of one wheelhouse, because so few people in the old 7th edition realm utilized tank shock. It was like one of these ridiculous rules that was, in my opinion, super effective. but nearly no one utilized it because
except you,
except me. I was a big fan of it. The point is that the fact that these vehicles operate uniquely is a really, really great thing. And I think having a set of rules like this ramming vehicle scenario, the armor values, weapon facings, I think all these things just contribute to a really interesting set of gameplay mechanics that create some really fun moments. And I think that's what's really outstanding about these rules, is that we are in a situation where more often in games of Horus Heresy, you will have conversations or debates or moments where you can assert a level of, dare I say, realism. You can assert that this is how this would happen if this was happening in real life. Like if I was shot with a sniper rifle, I'd probably be pinned because I'd probably hit the deck if someone in my squad had just been shot with a sniper rifle, because I'd be worried about snipers. I'd probably, if a vehicle was running at me, get out of its way or try and make a heroic last stand where I try and blow it up as it comes charging in. And obviously if that works out, great. But if it doesn't work out, I accept the consequences of my foolish decision and will be squashed accordingly. You know, these things are, you know, they have a feel of realism to them. And that's, I know, a fairly kind of odd thing to state within the confines of pushing toy soldiers around. But I think these are the mechanics that go the distance in terms of making this game feel like a tabletop war game rather than a three-dimensional TCG.
I think that's fair to say. I think every war game is trying to represent real-life situations and mechanics. Like it's like, how far could I run? How far can this gun shoot? How accurate can I shoot it? How accurate can I shoot it while I'm running? It's all those sorts of things, and the rules are interpreting that. And obviously, different systems like Bolt Action, 40k, even Horus Heresy do it in similar but different ways. So yeah, but I think you're right. The ramming and vehicle rules feel a lot more logical, and they sort of make a lot more sense from the perspective of how would this work in the real world. And I always remember actually hating the vehicle explosion table or damage table, where you'd get crew stunned and crew shaken, or you'd be immobilized all the time, right? And I remember in 6th and 7th edition, I'd be running my tank over a crater and it would be immobilized and be stuck there for the duration of the game, and I'd find it really frustrating. But then I've read loads of books on like World War 1 and 2 tanks, and actually by far the biggest casualty of tanks was them just breaking down, not being blown up by other people. And especially in World War 1, they would just break down constantly, like the tracks would come off all the time. They'd be immobilised and the crew would just have to leave them and ditch them and leave them there. So when you see the kind of historical context of it, you go, oh yeah, that actually does make sense. You would get these effects. You would be, if you hit with a large shell, be crew shaken, and maybe you wouldn't be able to shoot the next turn or shoot very accurately next turn. So actually that's a wonderful representation of a historical wargaming. Probably doesn't translate as well with like more modern tanks in terms of, you know, post-World War II stuff and like kind of modern day military. But that's kind of what 40k has always been based on, is like much more of a World War I, World War II aesthetic and vibe, especially for things like tanks. Oh,
totally, man. But no, I love it. I think it's just really good to see. And the vehicle rules across the board are nice, you know, with some exceptions, but no, I think they've done a good job with it. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I think they streamlined a lot of things. Although I think there was something really weird about. So they talk about the firing arcs, and it still says like from corner to corner, but when you look at the diagrams, it's not done from corner to corner. It's like the corner of the hole, but excluding the track that sticks out or something. Like they don't quite line up exactly how you think they were, and I don't know if that's just an oversight on the diagrams or not. But it's also nice that there were diagrams as well to visually represent a lot of stuff, and that's a bonus for this book in general, I would say.
Yeah, of course. I think the thing is that, again, that just comes down to, the nature of the game, though, right? In so much as we, to a certain extent, need to have moments of common sense when we're looking at these rules, right? We don't want, there has to be some give and take, I think, within these systems to make the game work appropriately. Because that's the thing I hate about, the thing about 40k's vehicle rules, where it's like, oh yeah, I can see you with this antenna, therefore everything in this tank will shoot at you. It's like, fair enough.
Yeah, that was a good thing in this book where they specifically say things like that don't count, and I think even the turret gun doesn't count, with the exception of line of sight and measuring distances. But when it comes to shooting at another tank, if you could see a barrel or an antenna hanging out, yeah, that doesn't count. It's got to be the actual hull of the tank, which kind of makes terrain way more usable in terms of line of sight blocking stuff. Not that you need it as much, and there's obviously lots of different mechanics for vehicles getting cover saves, which I just can't get in 40k now, which is sort of one of their biggest downsides, because they're so much more fragile than they ideally need to be.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? Again, even the cover rules for vehicles is a series of sensible, common sense statements. How much of it is obscured? Can you see a decent chunk of it? In which case, it's not getting a cover save. But, is a good percentage of it behind terrain cover save?
I think that's one of the rules which could get to nitpick arguments with your opponent if it's around 25%, but is it 25%? You go, I don't know, is it? But I think you need to be a bit more grown up about it and be like, if it's near enough, just let them have it. Don't be argumentative about it for the sake of it. And there are a lot of old 7th edition rules which we praised when 8th edition came out for eliminating those kind of arguments by making it much more clear cut.
But I think those arguments were a effect of the desire for the majority of again, and this might just be from our own personal experience, but I think it was from the desire of the community to go competitive. And I think that's the bizarre but quite clear thing about 40k throughout the years, is that there has been this underlying desire for 40k to become more competitive. And I think that is exemplified within the attitudes and the approach of the community. I think, 40k gamers really want this thing, and have for a long time, to be a competitive system. And I think Games Workshop essentially are responding to that desire with what they've done with 9th. But what Heresy gets to be is a system that is more akin to what it was before, which was never really a competitive system. Again, there's a really great old interview with, I think it's Guy Chambers, I want to say, one of the old rules writers, and he's at a panel in Sweden talking about demon princes.
Yes, I remember this one. Was it Andy Chambers?
I think it was Andy Chambers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. But he was talking to this room of, competitive gamers, and he essentially was sort of saying to them, it's we made the rules for the demon prince not thinking really about competitive. We did it thinking about what a demon prince is. So we've created rules that denote what a demon prince is within the confines of 40k, or within the confines of the Warhammer universe, which is a god. These things are, they rule planets. They look up, they rule systems. These guys are warrior gods. They are the best of the best within 40k at the time, and the rules denote that. But then all the competitive guys were like, "But they're so broken," and going on about but it's but there's a narrative to it.
Yeah, I can't. I think it was, maybe there was a question that one of the guys was like, "Oh, why has this demon prince got a ballistic skill when it can't shoot?" And obviously, it's got really high ballistic skill. And it's yeah, even though it's got no weapons it can shoot, but the stats reflect its abilities, and it's it can shoot really well, but in the game it just doesn't, because it doesn't. That's not what it does. But stat wise, its capability, of course it could do it, so we can't just give it nothing. And I think that might be one of the questions that was asked. But yeah, there was a bunch around the Demon Princes. I remember that interview being quite interesting.
Yeah, I think that's it really. I just think, my point is, and the reason I brought that up is, that's the thing. Like, from a design principles perspective, Games Workshop have overly attempted to, or at least in the past attempted to try and inject narrative and create, a fluff and a lore around this stuff. And that's been one of their kind of primary concerns beyond the competitive gameplay systems.
Yeah. And I think even now that's what they still do. Like we
agree.
often hear the old stories, like the people giving feedback to Games Workshop would always say, "Oh, this is broken," but the rules writers would say, "Yeah, but that's what it does. Like, that's their abilities. Like, that's what it should be able to do in the lore, and we want to represent that on the tabletop." And that's why stuff seems busted at the moment, because it's trying to actually represent that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But anyway, there you go. Ramming vehicles. Tell us about number 3.
So my top 3, we loved them, we hated them. It's blast templates, and they're back.
You're happy for the return of the blast/flamer templates?
I am. I think at the time when 8th edition came around, we were like, this is a jolly good thing. They caused lots of arguments. It took a lot of time to work out how many things were under them, and you quite often argued over which direction exactly they were scattering in, because the person would invariably roll the scatter dice on the other side of the table from where they were placing the blast template. However, I do miss them, and this could just be a nostalgia element. But yeah, I really like using them, even when they did sometimes cause like the odd argument here and there with people. But yeah, no, I thought they were cool.
Yeah, I agree. It's weird, isn't it, really? Because obviously, take it away, you bring it back. I can't remember where I sat on the argument of the removal of blast markers before. I feel like I didn't like it, but I understood. It was like one of those things where it was like, I don't like it as much as I liked blast markers, but I get what they're going for.
Yeah, the turning it into a D6 speeds the game up in theory way more. However, that created its own problems, because actually a random D6 is so swingy. You roll a 1 as much as a 6.
Yeah.
Whereas actually there's a lot more abilities and tactical nuance with a blast marker in terms of its placement. You can hit multiple squads, which is actually something you can't do in 40k. Although weirdly, a lot of things now in 9th edition have rules which kind of have a splash mechanic that effectively represent a blast marker, but just with dice. The one thing I never liked about it with blast markers is if your opponent was canny enough, they would max out their unit coherency as much as possible, or form them like in a line. So a large blast marker, you'd whack it down and you'd just hit 3 people, and you'd be like, oh, Mike, is that all? I want to get all of you underneath, or like 5 or 6 guys or something, to make it feel worthwhile. And I guess there are the apocalyptic blast markers where you'll be literally getting everything under those things. So that would be fun. I bought the Apocalypse blast markers, and I'm trying to think. I did use them occasionally because I had some of the Bane Blade and I don't think Shadow Sword. I think Shadow Sword used Large Blast with its volcano cannon, but I had the I want to say Storm Blade, which has like the seed, basically like a giant demolisher cannon in place of the main turret. Because it's not really a turret, it's the Shadow Sword chassis, but like a big demolisher cannon, and that had the large blast on it, and that was very cool. And I do remember getting the super large flamer, because I got the Infernus, Macador Infernus, but that's still in a box because I bought it, and then it went to 8th edition, and then I lost the use of the template, and actually the rules for the vehicle were a bit crap, so I never bothered to build it. So maybe if I ever do a guard, not solo auxilia, it's the militia equivalent in Horus Heresy. Maybe I'll dust that vehicle a lot. Well, I say dust it, get it out its pristine, pack it, and build it, and get a chance to use those templates.
I mean, that would be super cool. Yeah, as much as I obviously respect and appreciate it was frustrating for opponents who had blast markers or, blast templates all over the place, and their opponents were savvy enough to be able to mitigate the damage by spreading out their squads. I think to me that sort of served as an interesting kind of reward for kind of tactical skill in some respects. I mean, it was quite a common and easy thing to understand, but I do think it was still sort of done in a way that was that was pretty cool.
Because sometimes you would like cram yourself into a building or into a forest, in which case you're not necessarily spreading out your coherency, and those are times you're sort of at the mercy of a blast template. Or in previous editions, and now this has completely changed, but when you deep struck, you replaced one model and then every other model had to be in base contact with it, so you would literally be a cluster. And I do remember one time like literally wiping out a squad of Necrons who had done the equivalent of the jump. They'd teleport shunted across the table, and they were all in a nice cluster for me to then shoot at. So I thoroughly enjoyed it then, but that is few and far between.
Yeah, I think in reality, the blast templates definitely offer some interesting, entertaining moments. And you can catch people sleeping as well, though. They think they've got some, crafty deployment and stuff going on, but they muck up, and you can, pick up a bit of a happy birthday, as it were, in fighting game terminology. That's where you get like a little bit of an extra bonus bit in Marvel versus Capcom.
I thought you were going to do Street Fighter punching the car.
No. Although, yeah, but that isn't. Yeah, that's not what the term "a happy birthday" means in the case of fighting games. Basically, in assist-based fighting games, if a character comes in as an assist, and you manage to attack them and the main character on screen and do damage to both simultaneously, that's a happy birthday.
You learn things.
Anyway,
every day.
Exactly. The point is, though, is that it's good to see him coming back, and I think it's a much appreciated return. And I think as well, though, it's something again that just adds to the kind of tactile feel of the game. It's like you have to think about things, right? For example, you can't just put flamers in the middle of a squad. You actually have to position them so as their flamers will not burn their own guys.
At the ends or the outer side of the squad. It's just such a great visual representation of this is... I'm chucking this here, it's blowing up this many guys, because that's how many people are under that template.
Yeah. As
opposed to rolling a d6, or what now is like a d6 plus 3, or whatever it might be. Because I remember Bolt Action in the first edition of Bolt Action did the D6 system, which 40k had then since adopted, and then the second edition of Bolt Action had switched, ironically, to blast templates to represent some of those mechanics in a better way. So yeah, I do like it. It just feels more like a war game to me with templates. And now this is me having not played a game of Horus Heresy yet. I might play it and be literally throwing them like frisbees across the table in anger, going, "God damn it, they're so annoying!" Because they can scatter onto your own men, and you can have the weird interactions where I've shot something at short range and the blast has scattered back onto me, which is really annoying and doesn't feel particularly realistic. But I guess that would always be representing some kind of malfunction with the actual vehicle itself as you're firing.
Yeah, but that's the risks of warfare, isn't it? Right? Like ultimately, things happen. You intend to do one thing, but there is every opportunity for stuff to go wrong.
I would often shoot at point blank range and be like, "Danger close," and I'm just rolling the dice, hoping I get a hit or that it doesn't scatter that far onto my own men.
Exactly. At the end of the day, you're lobbing a massive projectile up into the air and hoping for it to more or less land where you need it to be. You know, that's the vibe, you know.
And there's really cool rules to represent the actual barrages. So some things have like a minimum range that they have to shoot out of. So some weapons you can actually kind of get so close you can't be hit by them, which is another cool mechanic that you don't really see in 40k anymore. I would say if there's one nitpick about the blast and template special rules is that it's under their class as a universal special rule, and I always found that odd, and rereading it again I found it odd. It's like, why isn't this just part of like either the shooting rules or its own section in the same way that, you know, vehicles, dreadnoughts and, you know, bikers have their own kind of categories? And that's there. I just find it odd that blast templates and stuff are under universal special rules, because it doesn't really feel like it's so universal it should be part of the core rules and not a universal special rule.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that assertion for sure.
Yeah, that'd be my one change, because I remember in 7th edition always finding it really confusing, like, oh, where's this thing rule? Oh yeah, universal special rules. Okay.
I get you. All right, in terms of my number 3, I've gone with terrain, Phil.
Ooh.
I know, look, terrain in Horus Heresy is really good because it really makes sense. I'm on terrain. Terrain is between me and, you know, the person trying to attack or shoot me. I get the benefits of terrain. Also, terrain has benefits that make it actually useful, in the sense that you don't just use it as a weird line of sight blocking featurette. You actually, you know, have a meaningful incentive to getting on it and being amongst it and utilizing it. And it, as a system, Heresy adopts the old style AP system, which this synergizes with really nicely, because if you're in terrain and you're getting shot by high AP weapons, there's still a chance that they hit a wall, and that has, you know, value. And again, the way you kind of interact with terrain, the way it works, it's just so much more streamlined and so much more sensible than 40k terrain. 40k terrain, where they've gone, here's a bunch of attributes that we're going to give to our terrain. Here's a bunch of like special stipulations. Here's a bunch of extra rules for the terrain. Not that Heresy terrain doesn't come with rules, but, you know, the way that 40k has kind of constructed this rather exhaustive list of specific types of terrain with specific benefits, Heresy just feels like a much more logical, much more sensible approach to terrain. It feels more like what you would imagine terrain should function as, rather than what it is in 40k, where it's more of a barrier or a, I don't know. It's something about 40k terrain doesn't quite feel right, whereas Heresy feels like it's much more on point.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because the advantage of terrain in 40k is to hide behind it, and that includes buildings. Whereas in normal situations, it's much more beneficial to be inside the building. The building tends to have some value and importance, tends to provide much better cover from all directions when you're in it, not sat behind it on the other side. And that's the thing that frustrates me about 40k, sort of 8th and 9th edition, is that everyone just wants to be behind it to get the benefit of obscuring, and there's less incentive to be inside it, especially when objectives can't be placed inside them as well. And then you obviously got all the shenanigans of being an inch away, although that's now 2 inches away and stuff. So they have sort of tried to make some fixes for that reason. But it
just creates an odd looking game, doesn't it, when everyone is
clustered around. Yes, yeah. in like normally one or maybe two giant clusters, all hiding in like perfect lines to be behind these things. And 40k, there's a lot less of an incentive to do that. It makes more sense to actually be inside it.
Horus Heresy, you said 40k.
Sorry, I meant Horus Heresy. Yeah, there's two elements I really like about it is one of them is to do with line of sight. So it's actually, you can't be killed if the guys shooting at you can't actually see you. So you can target the squad, and let's say one guy is poking his head around the corner. In 40k, you could roll really well and wipe out that entire squad, even though one guy is actually visible. Whereas in Horus Heresy, it's like, cool, one guy's visible, that's the only guy you can kill. And then everyone else is protected by effectively obscuring, but it's in a completely different game mechanic in terms of how the obscuring element sort of works, if that makes sense. And I think that seems so much more intuitive. I remember my very first game of 8th edition with Richard, where we had this situation, and I was like, yeah, you've lost like 6 guys. And he's like, but only one guy's popped up over the head, because we were on this weird, crazy train at Warhammer World. One guy was visible, and all the rest were like literally several levels down below, but still in kind of the coherency and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's how it works now. And he was like, what is this? It feels a lot less intuitive and realistic, whereas how that works was so much better. And then the other one that I really like is, I think it's in the missions. Basically, you can just say, rather than having an objective marker, you can say the objective marker is inside a building, or the objective marker becomes the building. So basically you say, to be able to control this objective marker, we need to effectively be inside this ruin, and we will control it when you're in it. So it actually gives terrain a lot more importance, because it's now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I need to control this oil refinery, or this Gothic ruin that could be a cathedral or something. It's like it suddenly makes the terrain much more narrative, just from that simple mechanic of giving the terrain importance. And 40k just throws that all out the window and doesn't give it, and it actually makes trying to play a narrative game of 40k a lot harder. It's like, I'm controlling this arbitrary point on the ground in the middle of no man's land, and that's the important thing, not the really interesting structure that's right next to it. I always find that a bit puzzling in the tournament stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, as I say, the terrain changes, or rather, the terrain rules in Heresy are just fun. And again, vehicles interact with it. And also, I think as well, there's not as much of a compulsion as players to litter our boards with obscene levels of terrain. I think one of the things about Heresy that's so great already is that you can already see that people were much more engaged with theatrical, immersive, creative settings, as opposed to, here's my series of L shapes and that all have to basically go everywhere, and it becomes so much less about the kind of chess nature of it, the sort of mirrored deployment zones, and all the kind of rigid firing lines and everything that's kind of become customary to the game of 40k. It's just, here's cool boards.
Because the 40k is so much more lethal in terms of shooting, that they've had to create obscuring and firing lanes, and the ability to mitigate your turn one shooting, or shooting in general, as much as possible, because it's just so much more deadly in comparison to Horus Heresy. So, not to say that they can't be, but even things like night fighting completely offset a lot of the benefits of going first, or fighting the first couple of turns to make shooting less deadly. And then also gives you interesting war gear and unit choices, where you go, I want to take something with a searchlight because I actually want to be able to shoot better when night fighting does appear. I think overall, especially in terrain, they've done just a much better job. Yeah,
exactly. I think that's it. It's just, it's more instinctive. It's one of those rules when you read them, you go, I get it. Terrain. Nice. Number 2, Phil. Is it number 2 now? Yes, number 2.
Yeah, it's number 2. I'm going for, and this is more of a speculation on how it should be played, but it's the CAD Force org chart that everyone, in air quotes, pretty much, end air quotes, has to play with. So the idea is you've got to take 1 HQ slot and I want to say 3 troops. It's 3, isn't it?
Troops.
Not 2. Yeah. Oh, is it 2? Yep. Okay. And that's your bare minimum for your army. Everyone has to play by those rules. In air quotes, there are exceptions. End air quotes. But for the most part, that's the default way of playing, and that's what I really like. It does mean every army should ideally have a sprinkling of troops, character, vehicles, and other stuff. You don't get spammy lists or skew lists that you kind of get more in 40k, because pretty much, if you can do, every Space Marine player kind of avoids the troops, pardon me, it avoids the troop options. And, if you're doing a battalion as a Space Marine player, you're mad, I keep getting told, because everyone else would do like a Vanguard or a Patrol or whatever, because that's more efficient to take the better, cooler stuff. So I always harken back to, I like armies that have a classic look to them, with lots of troops, some vehicles, nothing too egregious. Now, saying that, there are rights of war, I believe, which can change this. So you can get things, I don't know if it's actually called it, but March of the Ancients is what it used to be called.
Yeah, that's what it's called now, yeah.
Is it still called March? Because I've seen someone refer to it on a podcast as something of the Ancients instead. But that's where you can just basically take all dreadnoughts, right? And
yeah, but again, it doesn't change your force organization chart.
It changes them to troops. Yes, that's
correct,
it. Okay,
correct. So it's not it's not a CAD detachment in the sense it's not a combined arms detachment. It's now a Crusade Force primary detachment.
Oh yes, so that's the wording for it now.
Yeah. So you've got the Crusade Force organization chart. So it comprises of a primary detachment, Lords of War, and allied detachments. So effectively, you can build an army based on those 3 kind of principles. So you have your main force, a Lord of War, and potentially allies. So you can choose to put an allied force in there, and they've got your allies matrix in terms of who can go with who, how well they get along, so on and so forth. But yeah, that's basically how that works. But fundamentally, you have to have an HQ, you have to have 2 troop choices. That's where it begins. And then you build out from there. And I think the game has done a good job of incentivizing the troop choices in a smart way. I think it, feels, like a good move to bring a good, selection of line units for troop units to, essentially win you the game, right? Because they're the guys that hold down and control objectives. So you need a good amount of those in play.
Yeah, because as part of that, as you said it, there are some troops which have the ability to score objectives, and I think normally they also deny objectives. And then there are some units which just have the ability to deny your opponent being on objectives, but they can't score it themselves. And then I think there might be some that do neither, because they're like really good, powerful shooting units, can't really score objectives. Or deny objectives. You can't just take them to win you the game, because you won't be able to win the objective game, but you might be able to shoot your opponent off the board or something like that. So that gives you way more choice than the way it happens in 40k, where it's a lot more boiled down to, do I have objectives secured or not? Okay, then it's down to, model count and stuff. So yeah, all of that combined, I think is really interesting. But as I sort of hinted at, I think some of the rights of war can potentially skew that in a way that isn't particularly fun, specifically with the all dreadnought list, because that seems to be a bit of a problem potentially, especially if your opponent doesn't know you're taking it, because then it might be a bit unfun for them. But I think most of the others are really, they're all thematic, right? So, and that is the point about them. So yeah, I don't seem to have a problem with most of the others.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot of stuff said about the dreadnought problem at the moment. We've even spoken about it in outros during the pod. I think the thing I like about the sort of state of the game, though, is I think genuinely, as time goes on, we'll start to develop strategies that will enable us to kind of deal with the dreadnought problem. Or moreover, more people will probably get to a place where they start to realize that it's better just to use them in relative moderation. at least in the competitive mindset. I think I'm one of those people who doesn't hate the idea of competitive Horus Heresy. I don't think competitive Horus Heresy should be viewed negatively, but I think at the same time, though, I think we should accept that the majority of people out there who enjoy Horus Heresy are probably more engaged with it from a kind of narrative gaming perspective. And I think we need to kind of tread carefully with how we kind of, communicate and work with each other. Because certainly, at the end of the day, if I'm going to a Horus Heresy tournament, I well expect that I will have to play against a few people with that kind of thing. And I acknowledge and accept that as something that I've signed up for as a result of going to a competitive tournament. But if it's me and my mate playing, if it's me and you, Phil, playing, and you say, hey, I'm going to bring 10 dreadnoughts, I'd just be like, could you not? Or can we work out a way that isn't the case?
Or so long as you've got a bunch of guys with las cannons, it kind of evens out potentially. Like, you would have to have an army that can counter it. Because otherwise...
But even then, I'd hate to sort of be in a situation where I then list tailored for you to have a bad time as well. I think that's the thing. I think my aspiration is always that certainly amongst us as friends that there's just a broad understanding that we're going to do things for the fun of it and not try and go too far down any one specific
completely
competitive ideology. But I think at the same time, you have to accept that if you go to a tournament and play competitive Heresy, you're going to come up against people running very good lists, and those lists will probably incorporate dreadnoughts and all sorts of other stuff that is objectively good, because of course it would. That's how it works. But yeah, horses for courses, I would say. But no, I do like the detachments. I do like what they mean, and I also like the Rites of War though, because I love the fact that you can inject so much flavor into your army. I think that's really cool. The fact that you can do fun, interesting things with your lists, make them really flavoursome. I'm going armoured division with my Dark Angels at the moment. They're all going Iron Wing, essentially.
Oh, nice. Is Iron Wing is that the theme, or is that an actual Rite of War?
Is that the Rite of War? I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's an Iron Wing Rite of War, which basically is you can take predators as troops, and then all your infantry have to be mounted inside of vehicles.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of pros and cons, I guess, and that's sort of what a lot of the Rites of War give you, is some negatives as well as the bonuses, or you might view it just as an all bonus potentially, but it's normally a bit of a tax of some kind. And that just seems like a really great way of theming it. And I remember they did similar stuff in 7th edition 40k, where it's like, here's a specific detachment you can take for a themed army. It's like, you want to take all Death Riders? Cool, you can do. Here's how you can do it. And they get special rules for doing it. Whereas now it feels like we've pretty much lost any of those kind of things. And it's just basically pick a detachment which allows you to take probably those armies, but kind of in an unrestricted way. There's no negatives or any real bonuses for theming your army in that way, other than you sort of skewing your list by spamming stuff effectively.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think this isn't necessarily as bad as some of the later things that they facilitated in Heresy. I think, not Heresy, in 7th edition 40k. I think the Rites of War have a nice kind of balance to them. They don't feel as ridiculous in some instances.
Oh yeah,
but I like them. Yeah. I like them. Awesome. All right. That was your number 2, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. My number 2, so says the Word document, is leadership and running away. Leadership and running away. So to be real, I think the leadership system in Heresy is fabulous. I love not only the way that the system mechanic works. So core differences with leadership in Heresy. First of all, you take leadership tests every time you suffer an amount of casualties in every phase. So it's based on percentage losses, but it's essentially done every phase. So in the shooting phase, if I take 25-ish% casualties in a unit, I need to take a leadership test. In the assault phase, if I've lost combat, I need to take a leadership test. So it's not a singular thing that you do at the end of the phase and resolve that way. It's something that happens quite consistently throughout the game. But then when you do fail a leadership test and you don't get run down in combat, your unit runs away. And they actually, as models, get turned around and moved back a distance and act differently whilst they're running away, which I think is a lovely little thing, because ultimately it means that in that moment you're, losing control of the unit. You'll get it back in future turns potentially, but in those moments they're running off and doing things, and they're out of your control. So I really love that. I think it was just a nice little, again, thematic, immersive, interesting mechanic that, again, makes things feel realistic. It's like, don't get me wrong, removing these models as casualties is a far more streamlined way of managing the process. But in a lot of ways, I think it sort of robs it of some of the sort of joy of what having models turn around and run away represents, which is, in my opinion, just much more fun. So, yeah, that's it, really. That's where I'm coming from with it. I think it's a great thing to have back. I think it's more thematic. I think it's more fun. I think it's good. I'm on board. I likes it. So that's really all I have to say about it. I don't know if you've got any thoughts or feelings on these leadership mechanics.
Yeah, it does have a lot more like a real world representation of what it's trying to represent. Like people actually running away and they're doing it on the tabletop. I'm a bit on the fence about this one, partly from my experience of it in 7th edition, which is slightly jaded through the lens of running guardsmen. So, and there were great moments and bad moments. So for the most part, they would just run away, and they would forever be running away. And I'd have 2 or 3 guys in various, small squads left over, just fleeing every turn. Okay, movement phase. Okay, yeah, they can't rally. Okay, they're fleeing. And it would just sort of be a waste of time, because it would be pretty much impossible for them to rally unless I rolled like a double 1 or something insane. So from that point of view, it was a bit of a waste of time and didn't really add much to the game, because they're normally out of the picture. They're not on objectives. Like, there's no point shooting at them. They're kind of completely out of the picture. However, there were times when you would have that one lone warrior who would rally and survive, and he would be going to ground. Not that that's a thing anymore, unfortunately. He'd be going to ground in a crater on an objective, and he would be hunkered down for several turns, just hanging on in there like the hero of the Imperium that he is. And those times were really like memorable moments, but they were so few and far between. However, having said that, I think Space Marines having much higher leadership might be a lot better, right? Like, I don't think they fall back as much, and when they do, they've got a much better chance of rallying. So I think in that case, because of the general baseline of leadership, it should be a lot more interesting, I think. And it does actually give, because if I'm right, the sergeant has the same leadership, but it's +1, right? As opposed to in 40k, they've got separate stats, and they've always got +1 leadership, but it's literally given, leadership 6, leadership 7, like they're distinct. Whereas here, it just says the sergeant gets +1 leadership. But now you've also got, the way you target and shoot, the way you remove models, and the way you can snipe into just general squads. So snipers aren't good at just killing characters, because there's no real lookout sir mechanic. You can, if you get like a precision shot off on a unit, you can be like, cool, I'm going to kill the sergeant, and now all of a sudden they've lost their bonus leadership. And that to me is really thematic and gives you these great moments in games, which is kind of lost in current 40k, because your sergeant will always be the very last man alive in the squad, unless there's like a sort of heavy weapon specialist weapon guy that you would prefer to keep alive, in which case he's like the second guy to die. So having a different leadership mechanic between the guys in your squad and your squad leader completely redundant in 40k for the most part, whereas it's much more important in 7th edition and Horus Heresy. So I'm glad that element of it's back. The running away bit, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out once I've played a few games, but potentially it could be a lot more fun and interesting.
It creates a lot of fun moments, that's for sure, and it really does. Like, I know it's sort of easy to be just like, oh yeah, it's fun, but it really is, because it's so many mad janky moments that happen. You know, it's like, oh, I've rallied and now I'm gonna try and run for it and get line breaker or whatever with this one dude. I'm gonna do it. Oh, he's dead. But yeah, like, there's just lots of fun elements to it. I'm really grateful that they brought it back. I think it would have been easy for them to try and kind of integrate an aspect of the, 8th/9th edition design into it and make that the way that it works. But it's been really great that they sort of stuck to their guns on that one and made it what it was. So, a welcome addition.
Nice. So,
what's your number one thing, Phil? The number one thing that you like about Horus Heresy?
It's another stat. It is the weapon skill characteristic.
Holy moly.
What is a weapon skill characteristic, you're asking? So it is your prowess in combat. So now,
you mean much like how it is in 40k of the current edition?
Well, yes, but there's the current edition goes between a 2+ and a 6+. I don't think you really get a 7+ in combat. You get 2+ to 7+, so it's 6+, or a nothing, because it's got no ability. Whereas now it goes from the gamut of pretty much like a 1 to a 10, 10 being the best. And you can visually represent, or in a game mechanics way, not visually, in a game mechanics way, represent how good people are. So two Primarchs could go toe-to-toe, and they would be represented in 40k as just hitting each other on a 2+, maybe with a reroll, and that would be it. Whereas you could have weapon skill 10 versus weapon skill 9, and the difference is very minor. But if you're fighting a regular Space Marine or weapon skill 4, that's a huge difference. And would basically mean you'd be hitting them on a 2+, say. Whereas a Primarch versus a Primarch with, 1 pip difference, it'd be a 3+, rather than a 2+. And, sometimes, there might be a couple of pips difference between the two, and actually it would stay the same on that level, so it might still be a 3+, and then it's only when it goes below a certain number that it would hit to a 2+.
Can I be so bold as to offer a gripe at this moment in time?
Okay, yeah, I do have a weapon skill gripe as well, but I'd like to hear yours.
I do too. So, but I tell you what, Phil, tell me your weapon skill gripe, and then I'll see if it's the same as mine.
Mine is, and this is a general gripe, the weapon skill table. I'm not really a huge fan of it, because there's a kind of it's a nuanced mechanic that I would much rather be represented in the same way the strength and toughness table was represented in 40k, where you go, if it's equal, it's a 4+. If it's 1 better or more, it's a 3+. If it's double, it's a 2+. In terms of double better or double worse, is a 6+. I'd much rather it was simplified to that. Instead, it's something like, if it's equal, it's 4. If it's 1 or 2 better, it's a 3. And if it's like, it's either 2 better or 4 better, I can't quite remember which, it then goes to a 2 or a 6. And that table is very slightly different to how the strength and toughness table works, because strength and toughness has an ability where you just can't physically hit something over double your toughness. So that would be my gripe about weapon skill.
So my gripe about weapon skill is that they made weapon skill 2+ a thing.
Oh, okay, yes, because before it was down to a 3+, which actually made combat kind of, a lot of times you're just kind of clinking at each other and you're not doing any damage, because you could be a Lord Godly Primarch and you would be hitting a lonely Space Marine or, Guardsman, let's say, and you would only be hitting on 3s. So it actually made combat much more difficult. So yeah, going to that 2+ might make it a lot more deadly. But combat's already deadly, right? Because of the leadership and falling back and cutting them down.
Yeah, but that's where my gripe comes in, because having that weapon skill 2+ greatly increases the lethality of that phase, and it was lethal enough already. Where the high weapon skill was massively beneficial before was it reduced your ability to be hit back, which I thought was much more valuable, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like how Dana White talks about the UFC and the top 5 of his various weight divisions. There's no easy fights in the UFC, as it were. Like, really, all of them are kind of 50-50, and because all these guys are so good that they've always got a chance. And in a way, 40k sort of felt like that, as in the sense of like the people who've made it to the battlefield are pretty good. Like, sure, some of them are Primarchs and some of them are, Tactical Marines, but they're all still extraordinary warriors in their own right. And nothing is sort of taken for granted, right? Like, no one's odds of hitting the other person is that extraordinary that they're, they always had a bit of a sort of fighter's chance. And I felt like that's what a max of, 3+ to hit weapon skill kind of represented. But then where the nuance came in was the defensive prowess, so it became increasingly difficult for you to hit the opponent. But they still, I suppose, during the melee of, parrying and defending and striking, had to kind of think about the flow of combat, and that was kind of denoted by the 3+. But then there were other mechanics like the cutting them down and everything else that kind of came along with that, which added that kind of lethality, which I really liked. It's not that things didn't hit on 2+ in combat in old 40k 7th edition. Khan the Betrayer always hit on 2s, but he was an outlier. He was a rare example. He had a very specific special rule that made him very unique. But most things, the best things in combat, still hit you on 3s. You just didn't hit them very much in return.
Is that still not the case? So, like, for example, would a Praetor, who's like the best average non-Primarch Space Marine, would he hit a regular Space Marine on a 2+? I suspect.
I think they do. I think their weapon skill 6, which I think might be enough. Okay.
Yeah,
potentially. Hang on, let me
consult. Because if it's a Primarch versus a regular Space Marine, it's like, sure, yeah, I'm happy for them to hit on 2s because they're meant to be that good. So I sort of get that, but it's like, how many other things in the game, and like, will Custodians be able to just hit a regular Space Marine on a 2+? That feels maybe a little bit unfair and a bit unbalanced, even though they are obviously meant to be better. But a 3+ should be enough to represent that. A
weapon skill, a weapon skill of 6 against a weapon skill of 4 is a 3+. So they still hit. So a Praetor will still hit on 3+, right? Yeah. But it's the fact those 2+ are in there, because here's the thing, right? Like, once you get into that realm, it becomes untenable, because all of a sudden it's like, my Primarch will charge in, right? Now, fair enough, he's got like mastercrafted weapons or things like that. But the fact that they're hitting on 2s means that odds on of the 6 attacks I've got, I'll probably hit 5, probably 6. And then because of the wound variables, I'll probably wound like 5. And because of the weapon profiles, I'll probably kill 5.
Because, right? I imagine the AP will just mean Space Marines don't get a save at all.
Yeah, but in combat, that basically means that the thing I just hit has got -5 to their leadership. And then in response, they've still got the negative of hitting me on like 6s or 5s. But I'm a Dreadnought, or I'm a Primarch, so I don't really care if you do 1 wound to me. So at that point, even if they did 1 wound, you go, okay, well, you're -4, which against like leadership 7 or even leadership 8 is not a great scenario to be in. So the chances of you passing that leadership test become quite low. However, if we move to a system where weapon skill was free, in theory, even with like mastercrafting, a 6 attack model would hit 4 times, right? And 4 times, although it's not a massive difference, is a big difference when it comes to those pips against your leadership, which increases the likelihood that a unit might stand, which is important. I genuinely think that the Weapon Skill 2+ was a mistake on behalf of the designer design team, because I think there was an underappreciation for certain baked-in mechanics that already compensated for that specifically. I think Weapon Skill hitting on 2s in combat within the confines of this system is too good.
Yeah, quite likely, because I think, from what I've heard, Primarchs are really good, like bonkers good, and that's probably one of the reasons why. So it'd be interesting if they do get toned down, or if they all stay as it is, but their points will be adjusted to mitigate that lethality, or it'll just be a thing of they're just really good and they're meant to be really good, and you're only playing with Primarchs in like 3,000 point games anyway, so it's no biggie, right? And they're just meant to be good, because stuff needs to be good in the game to feel cinematic, especially, people like Primarchs. But the defensive aspect of it is, really important, I think. And that was one thing I loved as Krieg in 7th edition. So they had Weapon Skill 4, which put them in line with Space Marines. So it was like, yes, I was hitting them on 4s instead of 5s, which is what it would have been if I was a regular guardsman. But in return, they would normally hit a guardsman on a 3+, but all of a sudden they were hitting me on 4+. So I was like, ha ha ha. So there were very occasional times where I could like win combat, or at least hold my own against Sisters and Space Marines, because I had that extra weapon skill, and the extra defensive aspect meant I wasn't just being slaughtered. So yeah, that would be a big one for, as you say, for just the Horus Heresy combat mechanics in general.
Yeah, I think overall, I think the state of their mechanics in terms of combat and stuff, based on what they are strong. I just think that they made a mistake by allowing it to go up to 2+. But hey ho, again, it might not be as bad as I predict, but I think it's certainly going to be something that we'll begin to test once we see Custodes enter the fray.
Yeah.
I think high weapon skill, high initiative is going to start being very, very, very strong, and something that we need to be mindful of. But
yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah. I do think weapon skill, not necessarily initiative as much, but I think weapon skill would be the one thing. If 10th edition and 40k was a complete like ground up rewrite, I would like them to bring that back. Because it's one thing I miss, even if it's simplified in the same way strength and toughness is. I think that would work really nicely as a simplified mechanic. I always found it really weird in AOS, for example, where your wound roll is just fixed. So it's like, I'm a lonely Imperial footman, and I'm hitting a giant, and I'm hitting another footman and I'm wounding them and hitting them in the exact same fashion. There's no like nuance there. I get it. I guess it speeds up the game. It just makes it a lot more. It makes it a lot more simpler. But it's like that interaction of I'm hitting something much tougher than me, therefore it should be much harder to wound them. To me, makes much more. That's been ingrained in me, so I kind of prefer that system.
Totally understand, man. And a very good number one pick.
Thank you.
My number one pick is just the general concept of risk reward. What I love about Heresy is just how many mechanics are utilizing the principle of risk reward, and how that kind of manifests itself on the tabletop. I've exhausted the example of Deep Strike, but it's no less true. Deep Strike is a beautiful example of a big reward for a big risk.
Really risky, and I don't think we've even covered, like, we haven't necessarily explained the risk elements to it, other than you can scatter around, but there's more to it than just that, isn't there?
Oh, huge, man. Like, so first of all, the reaction system has a sort of baked in risk reward thing to it, because inevitably, you can utilize these reactions in a way that negatively impact what you're doing, or potentially aren't as, I suppose not negative, but they don't as positively as you might hope impact your overall performance. But I think the deep strike mechanic is not only do you have to kind of make sure that the thing you bring down hits where you want it to be, you've also got a bunch of extra mechanics that then trigger, which kind of heighten that risk. Then you have your opponent being able to fire upon you as you enter, and there are war gear options that mean that they're able to
do more reactions.
More.
Yeah, we talked about that in a previous episode where it's like the is it augury scanner? I want to say
scanner,
yeah, because when you deep strike, if you did scatter and you scattered into another unit or a building, I think your opponent can then place it. I think like within 18 inches or something, like a reasonable distance from that point. And when you're deep striking everything that you declared to be in deep strike. You can't do separate deep strikes like you would in 40k. So you would go, these are in reserve and they're deep striking, and they basically all come down in one go. You first of all got to make your deep strike roll, which I think is like is it 5+ and then a 4+, and then it just comes down.
I think it's 4+, 3+, but even it's a number.
So it just doesn't come down turn 1. It might come down turn 2, then turn 3. Like it just automatically comes down aspect to it. And then even if it did hit or landed or scattered in a safe way, you still roll a dice, and on a 1 it's like a disordered deep strike. I can't remember the actual technical term, but it basically means your opponent can literally go, cool, I can place it like within 24 inches of that distance. So you could end up scattered across the table by a really big distance on a 6x4 in limited turns and limited movement. That could be completely devastating, can completely put things out the picture.
Well, and especially if you've gone heavy on your deep strike units, because if you get that disorder and stuff has to kind of be placed by your opponent, it massively impacts the efficiency of your army at that point. It's a 1 in 6 chance, but it's a very real chance.
Yeah, I feel like outflanking, where you can come on from any table edge, gives you the same risk, but what it does, which I think makes it slightly less risky, is you're coming on, I think, like you've got to be placed within 18 inches of your original point, but it's still on that board edge, right? So that limits your options of where it can actually go. Whereas, because obviously when you're deep striking, it's like a radius, right? It could be way bigger area. Whereas if I'm coming on from your board edge, because that's where I declared, if it's like a foot or 2 over to one side, that's not as big a problem as if it's like 2 foot back towards my own deployment zone, which is what would happen if I was deep striking. So I think that gives you a nice, again, risk reward between, do I want to outflank, do I want to deep strike, for units that have that choice, or when you're picking units for those abilities.
Yeah, and I think, again, that is an example for sure. And but it's just so much of it in the game, and everything is built around mechanics that have pros and cons and things that aren't just given to you. There is so little certainty in the game. There's just nothing. You could have a land raider that never dies, or you could have a land raider that dies turn 1. There's a
lot more randomness.
It really is that swingy, and so much of that is just baked into mechanics. You can make bold plays, you can do things that can go well for you, but they can go wrong for you too. And I love that about the game. I think that's one of the things that I feel like 40k, and with the rigorous steps that the community has taken to try and make it more competitive, have kind of eroded away from the game. That those fun, entertaining moments. Myself and Phil from Rapid Fire Wargaming, we played a game, and he fired at my Land Raider Spartan with 3 bikes with multi-mouters. He blew the Spartan up. There were 12 people inside of it, so I rolled my 12d6 strength 8 AP-hits, as it were. So you take the strength 8 hit. Phil resolved the wounds from those hits and essentially was like, you got to roll 11 saves. I I'm like, okay. And I rolled 5 ones. And it's like, okay, well, that's strength 8 against toughness 4. So they're insta-dead. So I took 5 Cataphractae Terminators out as casualties because that's what happened. That's the game, right? Like, you know, it swings. And that's what's as entertaining about it as it is, you know, frustrating, I suppose, at the time. But I love that about the game system. I love, like, the idea that I could just drive a Land Raider Spartan over a trench and immobilize it and be like, oh, well, that's annoying.
Yeah.
But then I just have to deal with it. You know, I just like, fair enough. That's something I now need to deal with. You know, and that's fun. It's interesting. It just makes the game feel... There's so many more exciting moments, so many more characterful, you know, dare I say, meaningful moments because of those mechanics. And that's what I love about it. I think risk reward is such a good way of playing the game. And I think you can obviously do things to increase your odds of success and you can do things to be a better player. But I don't think you win Heresy exclusively in army list construction. I think the gameplay mechanics are there that you need to be able to put it down on the board and play it as much as you need to be able to write it. And I feel like that still is also true of 9th edition, but it's a different type of gameplay. I definitely don't feel like you take risks in 9th edition 40k. I think you take calculated, you know, decisions. Then it never feels like you never really feel like you're risking anything in 9th edition. You're just sacrificing something. You know, it's like it's an attrition thing. It's like, I'll put him over there and he'll die. Yeah. And then if he doesn't die, that's a fortuitous thing, but it doesn't matter one way or the other because that was what they were sent there to do. And if they don't, then it's a bonus, but it's not. Whether they were going to die or not is not really actually what gives you the victory. It's just putting him there that's the victory. You know, and a lot of that within 9th edition is easy to control because you just go, well, my movement's 20, so I'll put them there. And then I get the objective. And I've got the point.
Yeah,
and now you kill it.
I mean, I think there are sort of risky plays that you can do in 40k, but
I don't think I've seen any in ages. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I mean, for me,
I think there's incremental moments. I think it's little. I think there's a. I think 40k comes down to in 9th edition now comes down to lucky dice rolls. In the sense that if you make a lot of saves or your things go your way, but I think really it's about asset management.
Yes, or and people and risk management, and people are trying to mitigate that as much as possible to ironically remove the dice rolls from the game as much as possible.
Yeah, you aspire to remove risk, whereas in Heresy, everything comes at risk. So Heresy is different because the only way you're going to win is by taking risks, whereas or it's going to be difficult not to take risks, whereas in the confines of 40k, it's about removing risk, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I can't completely comment on it because I haven't played enough or any games of Horus Heresy yet to comment. But yeah, I think there are lots of more thematic elements and actual tabletop moving shooting strategy moreover than what you get out of current 40k, just because the way vehicles work, the way templates work, and things like that. Whereas in 40k it's a lot more about moving units to, one, get line of sight, two, to be able to charge, but also like auras, and you like aura management, I guess, in terms of how can I stack as many benefits on certain units via the auras that I can put down on tables for my characters and stuff like that. More so than the finesse of, okay, yeah, my vehicle has a weak spot on its side armor, so therefore I want to, move it or pivot it in a certain way, but then it's also limited to the amount of times it can move around and pivot as it's moving around the table. So you get a lot more different elements do different things, and yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting to see how that plays out once.
Yeah, it feels like with some tactical moments of genius or again some risks, you can create some fun moments, I suppose. So it's like Richie always talks about his 7th edition game where his Sergeant Harker or the guy with
Sergeant Harker heavy bolted a knight to death. Because I think it was like down to its last wound, and his heavy bolter has rending. Whole point. And it has rending, so he managed to get the rending roll, which allowed him to penetrate the armor, because otherwise it couldn't do it otherwise. And then obviously the guy failed the save, and that took the knight down, which is something that, I mean, you could say could happen, because, you know, he could have wounded it with a heavy bolter and knock off the very last wound. But the sort of statistical likelihood, I think, of it happening in a 7th edition context is much lower. Like, it would be almost impossible for him to do that, because he effectively
was entirely situational as well, though. He had to be able to get to its rear armor. Yeah, you know, like, it was one of those weird things where it was just like a
series of events that allowed it to happen that is quite improbable, more so than you would do in a kind of modern day 40k setting. Yeah,
because in modern day 40k you just go hit it on a 3, wound it on a 5, -1, done. You know, whereas in the confines of 7th, Richie had to get to the rear. He had to roll a 6 on the armor pen. He then needed to follow that with a better than 1 to get better than a glance. So he needed a 3+ to get the glance, because it was D3 after the D6 on the rend, I believe. Yeah. And then he needed, and then obviously the guy hadn't rotated his iron shields to the back, so he didn't get an invuln at that point. So again, it was like, and like Harker was moving with a heavy bolter, so he was snap shooting, so it was hitting on 6s. So like Richie needed a 6 followed by a 6 followed by a 3, and that's a sequence that's like, because when it happens, it's meaningful. Whereas like, you know, anyway, it was just, you know, it's one of those things where that's the fun of it. That's what's interesting about it. But you know, it's, it was a different system, right? But a lot of that is imbued within Heresy, and that those exciting moments happen more often. Some frustrating, but very memorable, which is cool. So yeah, there we go. Those are the things like Horus Heresy. Do we want to do a general wrap up on some of the things that we have gripes with? Do you want to do that as a separate section?
No, we can.
Or do you want us to keep going here?
Let's just keep going. I've got a couple of honourable mentions for stuff I like, and a couple of dislikes as well.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Let's hear your honourable mentions, Phil.
Yeah. So my first one, we've talked about it a little bit, and that's reactions. I bet most people will be quite puzzled and bamboozled and perplexed that we didn't even include it in our top 5 lists, but it's a very interesting new mechanic that is basically stratagems light, much more fixed and rigid, does sort of what stratagems I think was intended, but does it in a much better way, where you're not gonna have 50 different stratagems to remember.
Yeah, I think that obviously the reason I didn't call out reactions is because I think it's pretty obvious. It's a core difference. Do I think it's better or worse? No. I think it's what it is. I think as a system, it's much better developed than stratagems. I think stratagems as a system is obscenely bloated and actually now more of a hindrance than a help to the game. I think the over-reliance on stratagems, CP management, everything that kind of comes along with that has done the game quite a bit of harm. So I think the reaction system is a much more comprehensive, accessible, usable version of that idea, and I think it's been very well realized. So my vibe on reactions is I like them, but I don't necessarily feel like it was something I wanted to highlight, because I felt like the things that I did mention felt more exciting to me as a kind of long time player. I'm much more excited about having vehicles feeling like vehicles, people running away, as a result of failing leadership tests, terrain that is, more user-friendly or just a little bit more easy and accessible, missions that are fun, and, the risk-reward mechanics. These are the things that excite me way more than the reaction system.
Oh, yeah.
But I do like it.
It feels like it's one of the things that people are very positive about with the changes to Horus Heresy, that this is like, as I said, it's the most obvious one and seems to be very positively received, which is good. Allows people to sort of activate and participate a lot more in their opponent's turn, which is a plus. Mitigate some of that kind of going first abilities, because it's like, cool, I'm going to alpha strike and shoot at you. It's like, great, I'm like going to get myself a special save, or I'm going to shoot you back at full ballistic skill with my whole unit. It's like, so there's a real trade-off there, and that gives you a lot of tactical nuance about when to shoot at stuff. One of the reactions is Overwatch, and you get to Overwatch at full ballistic skill. So, just charging in isn't like an automatic gimme of, great, I'm going to charge and cut you down. It's like, no, you could just get shot to death and die, like, quite likely. So yeah, I think reactions is a positive direction. So much so, it seems like they've included it in Warcry, which probably means if 10th edition was a ground-up rewrite, we'd probably get reactions as well in that instead of stratagems, I think. Because Games Workshop, once they love a mechanic, they like to use it everywhere.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, Age of Sigmar kind of got like a stratagem light system as well with their command point hero phase thing. But then again, in a lot of ways, Age of Sigmar was the birthplace of it anyway, with like the command phase abilities where it's like your commander issues orders and these carry through.
Yeah, so it would either be a sort of general reaction system, which is sort of like core stratagems, but a much more expanded set of core stratagems, or it would shift over to the AOS model, which is everything kind of has a stratagem or ability baked into the data sheet that it can do. So it's just in one nice convenient place to remember it, but also, yeah, you predominantly got to activate them in the command phase as well. So yeah, I can see them going to either option, but basically not sticking with the current stratagems.
No, I can agree with that. I think anything they can do to scale back some of the bloat would be appreciated for sure. And I think they know that. I think it feels very likely that is one of the kind of core design principles of what they're doing with 10th edition at the moment. But we'll see, right? I mean, we only got to wait less than a year. I mean, 10th edition will be out in 10 months, so...
Yeah, TikTok. Yeah,
TikTok. So, yeah. Well, assuming it's coming out June 2023, which certainly is. It's 10 months away. So, there you go.
Have you got any honourable mentions? I've got two more that I would like to do, if not.
Rattle them off, mate. Come on, I wasn't prepared with honourable mentions, so you crack on.
The next one, more simply, is the wording of the rule books. It's much more straightforward. It's written as if someone's just talking to you. There's no legalese. I think the one downside of it is there's no bullet pointing, and I do think that is the one benefit from 9th edition that they could have learned and put in here, where they could have gone, and they sometimes do it like at the beginning of each phase, they give you sometimes a brief bullet point overview, but for some of the more detailed steps, they could have gone, yep, here's very simple bullet points, but then also here's a much nice full explanation. But ultimately, I felt it was like a real breeze and a real refreshing experience reading through that book, where you just read it and you go, cool, that made sense. Like, there was no like, oh my God, my brain can't comprehend what this sentence meant, because you're going through so many different hoops to try to understand what they're trying to do. And it's like, I think there was like one or two elements where I was like, okay, this is a bit confusing and needs a bit more clarification, but for the most part it was all pretty straightforward, much more easier to understand and learn, despite there being more rules in the book.
Yeah, I think it's funny, isn't it, right? Because it feels like a couple of years into 9th edition as we are now, we've become, again, I think we've just become so used to the language of 9th edition, and how they construct rules. But I definitely remember vividly how jarring I found it when the book first got in my hands and I started reading the the rules as written and just trying to work out what the heck was going on, and I think that's the thing, right? Like, I think legitimately having a rule book again that is far more accessible in the way that it's written is fantastic. Where I feel like some of their issues still are is I think they've, for some reason, they can't seemingly perfect the business of laying out a book in a kind of easy, digestible way. I think the problem is it kind of struggles with the weight of all the stuff it's trying to put in it. But I think, at this point, we just sort of have to accept as a community that few of these systems with the various mechanics they now need to incorporate are ever going to be easy to learn. I think we're at a point now where we just have to acknowledge that there's always going to be a barrier to entry when it comes to learning these rules, and that we just got to fight through it if we're invested in it. And I think the more and more we play it, the more time we spend with it, the better we'll get at understanding how to use it correctly. And that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about the time, hopefully no more than a few weeks or maybe months from here, where the rules are much more second nature to me, that I innately understand all of it much more completely. Because at the moment, even though I feel like I'm pretty good with it, I'm definitely not where I need to be entirely. So yeah, I'm looking forward to feeling way more comfortable with it, hopefully very soon.
Nice.
But no, I do like the book. I think it's a well put together tome. It's dead pretty. Loads of great artwork. Yeah. Beautiful piece of work.
Really great well book. Put together. Kind of back on the highs of the old Imperial Armour books / the original Horus Heresy Black books.
I mean, if you buy the collector's edition, that's what it is, right?
Yes. Yeah. Which Richie did. He went for it, the sucker that he is. I actually, to be fair, I was almost disappointed that I didn't get it because I bought mine like a week before they announced it, and I was like, because I've got the first 3 black books. I don't have them all, but I did dabble and buy them a long time ago, and I've always used them as like a little reference source for stuff. So I was tempted to get the special limited edition leather bound one just to fit in with the rest of my collection, but I'm like, that's madness. It's so expensive. Just get the simple one and just be happy with that. Yeah.
I hear you.
And
what was your third and final honourable mention?
My last one's a bit of a bonus because this comes in White Dwarf. It's a Zone Mortalis. So I read that. I think I actually read it before I read the core rules because I think I had the issue first of all. Looks really fun. The rules are really good, and as a setting, it's phenomenal. Right, like Zone Mortalis. You can use the Necromunda terrain. Like the tiles, which were the original, they're now the plastic versions of the original Forge World Zone Mortalis resin tiles, and it's now predominantly used for Necromunda. It's like, we've had like 2 editions of 40k where plastic Zone Mortalis tiles have existed, and yet they haven't given us a rule system for Zone Mortalis in 40k, which in my mind is bonkers. I was thinking about it recently, going, why haven't they done that? Like, they really should. Hopefully, with the introduction of this latest kill team, which is set on the Space Hulk, maybe we'll see some 40k rules to play in those settings. I just think it's like a real missed opportunity that I haven't done that for 40k. So I'm excited to do it in Horus Heresy. The rules for it was really good. There's like a couple of little things that make, I think, Blast and Flamers more deadly. You actually limit the amount of reactions that you can do. I think it's like 1 per phase, regardless of any kind of abilities. And they swap in some extra rules. And there's 1 mission that they provided in White Dwarf for you to play, which seems really cool. So like controlling objectives, and I want to say, is it killing people? There's some other things you can do around the objectives, but it just seems really good. And when I first heard about it in White Dwarf, I was like, why is it here and not in the main rule book? But actually, when I read the article, they state that this is effectively a preview and it's going to appear in an upcoming campaign book and it's going to be a bit more fleshed out. So I think obviously we'll get more Zone Mortalis rules. So yeah, I mean, I'm super stoked for that. I've got my old Necromunda cardboard tiles, which I've never played the old Necromunda Under Hive, but I want to dig them out and I want to play Zone Mortalis using them. When you're ready and willing to be a guinea pig for some Zone Mortalis Horus Heresy.
Well, I mean, I have quite a large selection of plastic Zone Mortalis terrain, mate, so...
Is it all built?
No, it's all on sprues.
Okay. I've
literally got a rather large box of Zone Mortalis sprues.
Brilliant. Exciting.
I know. It's a little bit ridiculous, though. In fact, actually, I think I've got 2 boxes of them.
I mean, if you need one to come my way, I wouldn't say no.
I mean, if you're going to build it for me, and we have shared ownership of it, you can have all of it.
Maybe, yeah, that might work.
There you go. There's a deal. There you are. Much like the Realm of Battle boards that you've got, these will become part of the shared ownership system
yes,
that we're engaging in. But no, genuinely, mate, I've got so much of it. I mean, so I got a lot of it.
I know.
I've got a lot.
Yeah.
I got a lot. All right. I don't know what else to do for like honourable mentions. I think if I was to sort of think about like things about it that definitely have been exciting, I just think it's, I don't know. I think it's the way the community behave and the way that like the game just seems to attract a certain type of hobbyist with a certain type of mentality. And it feels very much like the 40k community that I felt like this was, towards the end of 7th or even in the early years of 8th. I felt like there was really good energy around 8th edition. I felt like people were more inclusive and more helpful and more, willing to communicate with each other. And it was a bit more of a vibrant community. And it's not that I don't think it isn't that in places. I think the internet is a great place for that discourse. But again, the only thing I will say is I went to Beachhead, where I was TOing 40k, and there was a Horus Heresy event being hosted by Attrition Wargaming. I think they're called Attrition Wargaming. They're based in Eastleigh. Really great group of guys. And they put on a really nice little Heresy event as part of Beachhead. They had maybe 15, 20 players all told. Gorgeous boards, great looking armies, and some of the most welcoming, lovely people to talk to in terms of the gamers. Like, I wandered over there and was just like, oh, how's it going? And people legitimately took the time to have conversations with me and be like, oh yeah, like, this is my army I'm super passionate about. I'm doing Thousand Suns. This is what I've gone for. Like, oh, wow. And how's the game going? Oh, yeah, it's cool, man. Like, like they had time to talk to me. They were excited to talk to me. They wanted to be, they enjoyed the fact that someone has come over and is engaged in their hobby and is enthusiastic about the great work that they've done. The whole experience was lovely. Like, I spent like 15 minutes over there in between during a round of our 40k tournament, and I chatted to most of the guys who were over there, and we had a lovely time. And they were all mid-game and great people. I wandered back to the 40k area, and I'm really, enthusiastic and excited about the fact that I've just had a great chat with a bunch of really passionate hobbyists. And I think, got to bring that energy. And I start walking around the 40k tables like, you doing all right? Yeah, all right. You need any help? How's the game going? Yeah, all right. Right, okay. Cool. Next guy. How you doing? Yeah, all right. Good. All right. And by about 3 or 4 tables of 40k players, I go, oh yeah, this community is not what it used to be. In the competitive
yes,
setting.
I think that's the caveat. And I think even in competitive setting, you can meet really nice people. But I think sometimes people, especially depending on the stage of the game they're in, it's like really serious because they're focused and it's a key point in the game and stuff. So I think, yeah.
I was wandering around, Phil, game 5 of the tournament, Horus Heresy, their last game.
Yeah.
The last one. And
that's why the competitive people were being taking it seriously though.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. Well, no. As in the Heresy game was on game 5. I think the 40k game was on game 6 of 7.
Okay. Well, maybe they're just like fatigued to the point of death.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's definitely a different variable. But my point is like, look, whether that's a fair representation of the differences in the community is neither here nor there. But it was my experience, and I definitely feel like when I communicate with Horus Heresy players, you feel that excitement and enthusiasm for the hobby and the game and the world so much more so than you seem to at 40k tournaments. Noting again that 40k tournaments mostly attract a very specific cross-section of the community. But then it seems that the desire to explore 40k as more of a narrative setting has become diminished because, as a simple example, I think you can still buy tickets to go to Warhammer World's Crusade event in September.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh. So,
I think you can.
Fun fact, I told Richie a few days ago that I might actually be able to go because my parents, doing their family engagement, might be changing the date, because I was like, well, that'd be quite useful. So I told Richie, and he's like, oh, mate, I returned the tickets like a week ago. And I was like, oh. So I basically...
I know, it is now sold out, but it wasn't like a couple of days. It wasn't like a week ago. I checked
okay.
A week ago.
All right, that's fair enough. So maybe someone's gotten in there. So I'll keep an eye out in case Richie's ticket reappears and I can buy it.
Maybe
I've kind of written it off.
Maybe I was looking in the one when they just posted Richie's excess tickets.
Oh, maybe that was it.
Maybe by some random happenstance, I did it at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. But it took definitely. This didn't sell out overnight. Like competitive 40k goes. This took time. This wasn't quick. And I do think that's indicative of the desire from players. But maybe, look, I'm excited for this Crusade event, which sounds crazy. Richie, if you're listening, I know I've made a bit of a to-do about Crusade. I'm not excited about Crusade. Crusade, I'm bleh. I probably won't even engage in the Crusade rules. I'll just be like, here's my basically 1,000-point army, whatever. Like, the Crusade stuff can sort of, it's moot as far as I'm concerned. I'm just hoping to experience a gaming weekend of people playing 40k for fun. That's what I want to see out of this. Because if this doesn't produce that, I don't know what will.
Well, exactly. That is 100% correct.
And to its credit, as we said almost a year ago now, or not a year ago, 8 months ago, the RFW event that they put on back in, October of last year, November of last year, and obviously the one they did in May of this year, although I didn't attend that, but the one that they did in October, phenomenal day of gaming. Like, that was fantastic. That was an event that ignited my excitement for 40k. I was like, this is amazing. Like, this is fun. Because it was just a beautiful day of gaming with great people.
Yeah, I don't want to say peak casual, but peak fun 40k without necessarily taking it too seriously. But just enough of, I want to play and I want to do well. But I also want to have a chilled game and enjoying my time with my fellow gamers.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing I'm liking about Heresy. I like the enthusiasm from the community. I like how people don't just do an army and not care about what it is. Like, I think when you've got someone who's collecting a legion, they have an affinity for that legion.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm odd in the case of Dark Angels, weirdly, have always been my favourite Space Marine chapter. And I've always been attracted to them as an army. And strangely, that kind of love affair has translated into me wanting to have a Heresy army of Dark Angels. Plus, also, I just love the models. Like, when I started seeing the new Dark Angel kits for Heresy, I was just like, I have to own these. They're incredible. And that was more my motivation for them. From a fluff lore perspective, I kind of like the fact that they were the first. I like the fact that they had the fall. I think all the stuff that happened with that's really interesting. But what they did during the Heresy was kind of like, like Lionel Johnson might not be my favorite Primarch, but I love Dark Angels. I love like what they are and what they represent. I think my favorite Primarch on balance these days is probably. Oh God, who do I pick? I'm torn between a few. I'm gonna say Jagatai Khan for now, as probably stands out as one of my favorites. But Lionel Johnson was just a beautiful miniature. The army is great, and I've got such a long-standing affinity with it. And I think that's the thing, and I'm passionate about what I'm trying to do with it. You know, I love the idea of the First Legion, the different, the different variants of it, the Dread Wing, the Death Wing, the Raven Wing, the Iron Wing, the Wing. You know, all of that's really awesome. But in a way, I actually almost prefer the Dark Angels before Lionel Johnson joined them. It is what it is. Cool. Well, they were an interesting Legion because they were the first, and they had all the new stuff. And then they got into this weird period where it took them a while to find Lionel Johnson, and they got a bit too arrogant, and they got a bit too up themselves. And then, I don't know, it's just an interesting thing. Anyway, loving that. What were the gripes you wanted to voice, mate?
I had a couple. One of them was I'm not a huge fan still of the weapon skill and the strength and toughness tables. The fact that they're tables does give it a lot more nuance than, say, how strength and toughness is represented in 40k. But for the sake of ease and use, I would have been quite happy to simplify it down to those little almost like not mathematical equations, but it's like a simple mechanic of, yes, if it's equal, it's this. If you're higher, it's this. If it's double, it's this. That is a lot easier to remember than the tables. The tables are great if you've got a reference sheet to look at visually. But otherwise, what you've got to do is look at that table, manually work out what the mechanics of that table is, and remember the mechanics, which is effectively, you know, if it's equal, it's a 4. Fine. That bit's the same and consistent between both of them. But sometimes it's like, if you're 3 points more higher, it makes a complete difference between whether you're doing strength and toughness versus weapon skill, because that value that you need to roll will be different for both.
Yeah, I suppose the only variable I'd add to that is maybe double plus X, as in X can be any number in excess of double. So if I'm strength 9 against toughness 4, or rather, sorry, I'm toughness 9 against strength 4, I can't be wounded, right? Like, I'd add that as a stipulation. So it's like equal to 4, better than, I'm doing it the wrong, equal to 4, weaker than 5, you know, half toughness 6,
more than
half plus half minus 1 in this example. Basically anything that exceeds that, once you go beyond that, you can't wound it anymore.
Yeah, completely.
I think that would have been a perfectly reasonable way of approaching it. I think if I'm honest with you, I think this is one of those situations where, from a design perspective, they just felt like they needed to be wedded to that chart system.
Yes,
because
that's the classic chart system that everyone used, and as I said, that you do get a lot more nuance out of that than if you just reduce it down into the system that we've just been talking about. But I think that's a greater quality of life from a gameplay perspective, rather than having to refer to the tables all the time, because I think that is quite a daunting thing to look at, especially for new players, where you're like, oh god, okay. So I think that would have been an interesting change. I think they could have done it. And I think it would have added to the game rather than taken away, even though I understand sort of the benefits of having that table system.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but I do understand why, when we've gotten to a place where, because again, that system, again, I think when I first laid eyes on that system, my general appreciation of it was, this is perfect, like, this is great, this immediately makes sense. This is easy to understand and quantify, and yeah, I was hugely in favour of it. I've never liked the fact that in the 8th, 9th edition system, everything can wound everything as long as you just keep rolling 6s. Yeah. I think there definitely should be instances where that isn't the case, but irrespective of that situation, I think this does it well.
Oh yeah,
the system works well.
Yeah, as you were saying about risk and reward, it's like some stuff's really good at wounding infantry, but can't wound vehicles. And if you want to kill and destroy vehicles, you've got to take specific anti-vehicle weaponry. And it's like that doesn't really correlate in the same way in 40k. And it's like the whole stuff moving to 2 damage. Lots of things like Contemptors or Redemptors getting -1 damage, like some kind of damage mitigation to it, is sort of all a systematic problem of that whole one homogeneous system, and that everything can wound everything, and the way that everything does multi-damage means vehicles don't have an innate defense against small arms fire that they do in Horus Heresy. So yeah, that ability to just not be damaged, I think, is really important.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that's one of the things that's sort of interesting, isn't it? Is that like we're in a scenario where that's how it is in 40k, but I do think I do think it's potentially to that game's detriment as well. But there we go. Good. Any other gripes you want to?
Two small ones. One's a.
Two small ones.
One's a. Well, it's a bit of a nitpick, but it's also more of an observation. And it's like before, you used to have many different warlord trait tables, and now you just get 3 warlord traits that you can pick from the core rulebook.
I don't think that's necessarily a problem though, because it means that you have something more closely resembling a bit more balanced.
Oh,
I think
completely. That's why it's more of a nitpick than this is awful sort of complaint.
Yeah, I think that was the thing before in like 7th edition where you had like 6-7 different.
Was it like
tables.
I can't remember what they were called. Was it like generalship, like I don't know, some kind of like?
Hang on, I've got a 7th edition rulebook right here.
Dig it out, because it's sort of like ones to do with like your fighting prowess and stuff. Oh, the mini version.
The mini version,
arguably the best.
Here's psychic powers. Hang on, warlord traits. Walkers, warlords traits. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4 for the warlord traits. Where's the page? Oh, the page numbers are on the top, of course. So warlord traits. Oh no, so you have 4 tables. You had tactical traits, command traits, personal traits, and strategic traits.
That's it. Yeah, so you had a lot of choice.
But if you remember,
you had to roll.
If you remember, Gilliman knew all of them.
What? All of them? Or all from one table?
All of them.
What?
No, all of them.
No.
Or it was all from one table. Hang on, now I've got to go get. Hang on. Hang on.
Anyway, while you're doing that, I was just going to say that the fact that it's boiled down to 3 actually makes a lot of sense, because each one gives you kind of like an army bonus, but it also gives you an ability to do extra reactions in a particular phase. So one of them is tied to movement, one's tied to shooting, and one's tied to combat. So it's very succinct and neat having just those 3. And as you said, gives us a lot more balance to the game. At least at this stage where we're just introducing like the Space Marines into the game. Is there any warlord traits specific in the like Liber books?
Yes, yeah. Each legion has their own.
Yeah,
has their own warlord traits.
Okay.
And potentially there are extra warlord traits for generic legions as well. I just don't remember off the top of my head. I'm too busy looking at Rise of the Primarch from the Gathering Storm. Look at that nice little bit of, not real gold leaf, obviously, but
foil. It's called.
Yes, again, foil.
Where they painted Gilliman gold in the art.
Yeah, here you go. Warlord trait, absolute mastery. Roberto Gilliman has all the. Oh, it's just the command traits. He has all the command traits.
That's still like 6, right? Isn't it?
That's still 6 warlord traits.
That's a lot. I mean, but they do that sort of thing nowadays. Like we talked about Abaddon in the last episode, and he has 3 warlord traits. Mortarion had a bunch as well. It's so they still do that sort of thing.
I mean, to put it in context, I don't think Roberto Gilliman here in the confines of 7th edition is technically as good as a dreadnought in Heresy.
No, I was going to say. So is he not as good as Guilliman in Heresy then?
Well, I mean, his weapon skill's pretty bonkers. He's weapon skill 9. Guilliman is not weapon skill 9 in Heresy.
Oh, fair enough.
But he's got 6 wounds, an initiative 6 attacks, a 2-up armor save. So yeah, technically not as durable as a contender.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Now I can remember when Gilly came out in 40k. He wasn't very widely used. I mean, the model was popular enough, but no one really used him. I've even got the mini here, Phil.
Ooh.
I'm Gilliman'd up to the nines. Look at that. There he is.
No, and he's blue and everything.
He's even bloody painted.
Well done.
No,
I don't think I've seen you run him yet.
No, I painted him, but I've never ran him.
No.
It's one of the few models I've actually painted this year, and I've not even run him in a game. It was really, really fun to paint.
Oh, that's good.
If not a little tedious.
Yeah, I remember you were like, "Oh, today I've done an arm."
Yes, yeah. That is the process. It's quite fun flicking through the old Gathery Storm books.
Oh, I bet.
You know what I'm most excited about within this thing?
The formations.
No was here.
Oh,
The Fallen.
brilliant.
Fallen have rules in here. Very exciting. Anyway, there you go. No understandable gripe. What was the next one?
The last one, not to do with the main rules, but it's a Legends PDF. That appeared. So I guess there's 2 points. One I understand. So one of them is basically anything that isn't Horus Heresy specific in terms of model line range is now in the Legends PDF. Legends PDF is still completely valid. You can still play it. It's not like 40k Legends where they've said, I don't think they've even said you shouldn't use these at events. I believe they just said it's here, it's just a separate thing. But I'm a bit like, why they haven't just made it a book or like a kind of compendium, bit odd. Because things like the Space Marine Medusa and Basilisk, I was like, well, that's Space Marines, right? That is a model that still is produced. It's not out of production anymore. So I was always a bit like, oh, why is that? But apparently it's because they're 40k models, not Horus Heresy models, which I never realised. I always thought they were Horus Heresy models. But maybe that's the reason why.
Which one's a Horus Heresy? Which one's a
the Basilisk and Medusa,
what?
Space Marine artillery pieces.
What?
Apparently that's the logic behind it. But I always thought they were Horus Heresy models.
They are talking bollocks, mate, on that one. That is
beep 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 beep.
No, I'm letting that one in.
Well, apparently that, or it's they've done. That's the real omission that seems odd out of everything. Weirdly, the Imperial, not Imperial bunker, but the bunker from the Space Marine Primaris Rangers in there because that's a historic unit, so they snuck that in there, which was interesting. But what was also interesting, they've included a load of like regular Imperial things, like Shadow Sword, Stormblade, Macarius tanks, I think, in particular. So Macarius tank is a post-Horus Heresy vehicle, but what they've said is we're just including them here as representatives of vehicles that would have existed at that time. So it's not meant to be an actual Macarius tank, it's meant to be a large Imperial Guard tank, or not Imperial Guard, a large Imperial Army tank. But here are the snap lines of a Macarius tank for context. So interesting, but just odd the way that they rolled it out, and that it's in a PDF and not in a book. It's not as part of the main Liber books. I would have just liked it all being in one place personally. And then the other thing is,
for context, Phil, the Legion Basilisk is a Deimos pattern Basilisk, i.e. it's got the engine stacks of Deimos pattern,
i.e. the Horus Heresy version.
Horus Heresy version, and it's piloted by Space Marines in Mark IV power armor, which up until recently was the default Heresy power armor. Yeah,
so maybe, unless those are the exception to the rule, apparently, or that one just feels like a bit of a muck up. But my other point,
and it's called a legion basilisk.
Yeah, a bit weird. I mean, unless they're like, we just don't want them in the game as much, or we want to include them in, like, if they wanted to roll it out into a campaign book to be a bit more specific to a theatre of war, that might make sense, and they've just included it here so people could play with them. But to me, that seemed like the biggest omission of why is this not in the Liber books. And then apparently lots of stats or stuff is incorrect or appears much more broken and not as balanced as the main Liber books. So, and I've seen lots of grumblings online about that, basically. So that was my other point about it. So it feels like everything else about Horus Heresy had a really like nice high polish to it, really balanced, really good rollout, really good quality. And then this feels like the Forge World Compendium Legends PDF, where we were just laughing about it for weeks because it was so flawed and was riddled with errors. I think a lot of people have picked up on a lot of errors that were in this as well.
Yeah, and that doesn't shock me. I'm never going to be surprised when I find out that Games Workshop are releasing a PDF that's riddled in errors. I mean, it's just how it is.
I mean, there's always going to be some when there's, because there's probably like a 50 plus, if not like 100, like data sheet entries. It's like a big old document, right? So I'm almost not surprised, but it feels like the amount of errors in there is a bit disproportionate for what it should be.
It is where my head's at with the Medusa and the Basilisk. They forgot they were a thing and then scrambled to put something together to put it out on the internet. Or they were a thing and they made a mistake and they forgot to put it in the book. You know, it's like there's any number of variables involved in the production.
Oh yeah, and we're never gonna know what the real answer is.
You know what it could have been? It could have been something as simple as logistics, and they didn't have localized scripts for those things, and they wanted to hit a date. They were like, "Well, we've got to hit, we've got to hit June or whenever they released this thing. Was it June?"
Yes, yeah, I think it was then.
And they probably just worked back on a production timeline and went, "Well, we can't get all the translations done in time for all these books. Okay, we'll just take some data sheets out."
Yeah, it could have been, or they wanted to playtest those more because apparently the Basilisk and Medusa have had their AP reduced so they don't instantly kill Marines. So it might be that they deliberately didn't put them in the Liber books because they wanted to playtest that more, because that was like a bit of a bigger change in comparison to some of the others. Yeah. So then it ended up in the Legends PDF. But so long as they've sort of gone Legends PDF is still valid, you can still run it at events and stuff, and it's not quite as shunned as the 40k Legends statuses, which basically is the death nail if your army or unit ends up there.
Legends in 40k is
basically, unless you've got a very nice friend, it's unplayable. Although everyone says you can just still play it with your friends, and I'm sure you could, but most people just go, well, it's not match play, even though it's not tournament legal, which it isn't, so don't play it. And that's because everyone defaults to the tournament play, basically.
Agreed. What they need to do as well, and I suppose this is a gripe, I would have really appreciated it had they given us a PDF for Custodes and Mechanicus to tide us over as well. Yeah,
because I want to build my Thunder Warriors as Custodes and kind of shooting in the dark using the old rules, because Tom from RFW's been playing them, done a few test games. I think he's just not going to run them anymore because he just says they're busted good. So they're obviously going to be toned down a bit. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that there isn't an instant way of playing it, but obviously they can't just give us everything straight away, and they don't want to. They probably want to limit what they give away for free as well. So that's understandable. As a plus point, though, what's really good this week is they've announced the Liber, Astartes, and Hereticus books are jeez, I'm like a Gollum or something. Oh, my booksies are available or going to be available as EPUBs, as downloadable PDFs, which is the first bit of digital content that Games Workshop has produced beyond Black Library in like, I don't know, 3-4 years. That's pretty big news.
Mm. On the topic of that kind of stuff, though, as well, they really need to go into their Horus Heresy download section and delete all of the old stuff, because
is it a load of 1.0 stuff in there?
Yeah. You could be like, I can get my download rules for Sanguinius in here. Let's look at Sanguinius's rules. Doesn't have a movement characteristic. Weapon skill 9, ballistic skill 5. It's like,
someone's forgotten about that.
Wow, yeah. It's just a case of just like, go in there and delete all the old stuff that isn't needed anymore.
Because I was actually using the Custodes rules from there, because that's effectively like the update, because I think they've got all the Custodes stuff in there updated. So I've been using that one actually as a broad ballpark idea of what I should be equipping my models with.
Yeah. Commander's rules look pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, well that's the new one, right?
Yeah, they actually do have a data sheet for Commander, but that's weird as well, though, right? Because they've given us a data sheet for Commander, but there's no demon rules, so it's like, what? Like, can we not just like have demon rules then? If you're going to give us a data sheet for Commander, because what's he going to lead? I guess he goes in he's a Lord of War, I guess, for Chaos Space Marines.
Yes, yeah, and that was one of the odd things. Is like, so they used to have flying monstrous creatures as a rule, and you could like down them if you shot them and you did enough hits or what have you, and that was very cool and thematic. So they didn't include that as a unit type in the new book, but then they've kind of, because of him, they've given it just to him. So if there are ever more like Bloodthirst type models, they're kind of going to have to give that relatively generic rule to all of them, which is a bit odd. But
it just becomes a universal special rule for the demons.
Oh, I get, yes, that's
they're the
true.
only ones who need it.
Yes, yeah, that was my point. Was basically it's only a thing for demons. Realistically, none of the others will have flying monstrous creatures. I'm just trying to think if AdMech have any. They've got some flying stuff like a big hover. The old blow drones, but they have their own. But they'd just be sort of like hovering stuff. It's not monstrous creatures, so. Yeah, it's not really a problem, but on first look, you're like, oh, why isn't that a core rule? But it's like, because it doesn't really need to be.
As long as we don't end up in a situation where it's that flipping flyer mini game from 7th edition old Skies of Death or whatever it is.
Oh,
these rules are like,
no, it won't be.
As long as we don't end up in a situation where your opponent goes, roll a d6, my agility is, you're what? Oh yeah, there's a chart here, you've got an agility. Right, okay, cool. My maneuverability and agility is X and yours is Y. All right, good. What does that mean? You rolled a 4. Right, yeah, cool. I've rolled a 2. So I won that? No, you're dead. All right, why not? Sure. It seems a little bit odd that the guy who seems to understand these rules that he's forced me to use has all the advantages.
I mean, you're still not letting that one go, are you, Dan?
Mate, it really grinded my gears, mate. I'm telling you.
Don't worry. Same here, but I just let it go.
No, you don't. You seethe on the inside. The thing that irked me about it the most is I'm pretty confident when he said, do you want to use these rules? I was like, no. He went, well, I do, so you have to.
Well, yes, that's like the new night fighting rules. If one person says yes, then you both have to.
Well, no, in Heresy, night fighting is just a thing, isn't it?
It is, but I think if one of you elects to do it. So there is an option that you can just, if you both agree not to, basically, then you don't do it. Right. So that's how I think it's worded.
Right, well, now I understand. Anyway, there we are. We've gone on the journey that is us talking about Horus Heresy. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I certainly did. It's a fun old game. Looking forward to playing it more, Phil. Let's get together and do some Zone Mort.
Yes, let me know when.
I will, mate. I will. But between now and whenever that is, there's this transitional noise. All right, well, there you go. Whatever that was. It's over now, although not really, because we're going to carry on talking. Right, Phil?
We are, as we always do.
I know. We love a conversation with one another. We can never stop. It's just an ongoing saga 4 years strong, Phil. Or 5 years strong. How long have we done this now? 4 years.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
4 freaking years. My goodness. What a time, eh? The new League of Votann punchy dudes look terrible, don't they? I mean, they just keep this range looking worse and worse and worse. I mean, yeah.
I sort of think in isolation, they're all right.
Really?
But in alongside the rest of the Leagues of Votann, they kind of just stand out, like they don't really make any sense because they look so different. And I feel like what they've done with them is they are like AdMech. If you were to look at AdMech now, or like, you know, the last wave of AdMech where you had the Petraxi, which are these guys flying, and then you've got the mad Leonardo da Vinci style flyer, and then you've got the hovercraft, and then you've got the older stuff like the Dune Crawler, and you've got guys with like none of them make sense, right? They're all completely unique things that have no visual consistency with anything else in the army, and that is kind of almost like AdMech's jam, so to speak, because they're collecting technology from all over the place. But obviously they've still got the visual similarity of, you know, they all wear hoods and got metal legs and things like that. But a lot of their vehicles and stuff are kind of all over the shop. But I think when the initial range wasn't that, the initial range was, you know, the Rangers, the Vanguard guys. There was a few like outliers, but overall it was a relatively cohesive army, and it's only since then they've expanded into a bit more esoteric looking model range. Whereas it feels like with Votann off the bat, they're like, here's some regular dudes in not quite mining gear, here's some regular dudes in armor. Okay, cool. Okay, but now you've got a hover trike. Okay, and then now you've got some guys in big giant suits. And now you've got a NASA-style dune buggy, okay? And now we've got topless guys wielding hammers and axes, okay? And there's also robots sprinkled into all of this as well. I think that's everything they've released so far. Unless I'm missing some other oddball units, but they're sort of going in very different directions with almost every single thing that they've shown us. And maybe that's by design, because they're showing you like the different kind of guilds or sort of sub-factions within the leagues. But having just been shown the models and not a lot of the lore to explain it all, it kind of just feels a bit confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the AdMech range right now just to gain some additional context, right? So like, Belisarius cool, great mini, right? Pretty good, solid mini. The Rangers, pretty much all the Skitarii stuff is pretty freaking beautiful. Like, all of it, from like the Sulphur Hound / you know, robot dog men things, the fly dudes with all of the wings and stuff, gorgeous minis, the Infiltrators, the Rust Stalkers, even the Iron Striders / Dragoons and the Dune Crawlers. Gorgeous. You know, the Tech Priest Dominus, pretty fantastic. I wasn't super sold on the Archonthropter or whatever it was called, the plane out of the gate. Yeah. I'm still not overly in love with it now, but it's got a nice wingspan. It's quite cool. The Marshal, the Skitarii Marshal, really gorgeous, great mini. The Castellan robots have grown on me. I think, again, I've seen so many great paint jobs of them.
When they came out, I definitely wasn't a fan, but they quickly grew. I quickly grew to love them and appreciate them for the sort of dorky sci-fi vibes that they're giving off.
But the one part of the AdMech range that has never looked good to me and still doesn't to this day is...
Can I guess which one it is?
Well, it's the one I haven't mentioned, but please tell me. What do you think that is?
The Scorpius disintegrators and Dune Riders.
No.
The hover tanks. Not them?
No, I don't overly love those.
Right. You're talking about the cat from breaches then, surely.
No, I'm talking about the electro priests.
Oh yeah, that was weirdly the ones I hate the most, but I completely forgot about. Yes, they're just
awful minis, and like
sculpts.
just terrible. But like, it feels like more and more with Voltan, it's a whole army of electro priests. Like nothing in it works.
Harsh.
Like it's really bad. Like, and this is really bad. Like, it's just it's what is the consistent design philosophy of this mini? It's literally like, okay, so I've probably given this example before, but I'm going to give it again. Once upon a time, I travelled to Alton Towers. You know Alton Towers, Phil. Fond fan of the towers, I'm sure.
I am. What's the one I like? The vampire ride? Is that what it's called?
That would be in Chessington, the World of Adventures.
Do you know what? That was the one I went to more, but Alton Towers was my one love because that was, even though I'd gone there very few times, that was always the more exciting of the two.
Well, there you go. I think, I think back in the day, Chessington had a bit more of an edge over Fort Park, but Fort Park upped their ante in recent years. But yeah, Alton Towers is spectacular now. You have to go. They've got a really good woody.
A woody?
A woody, yeah. They've got a pretty strong woody.
What's a woody? As in like a Toy Story woody? Or do you mean a wooden like roller coaster?
That's correct, a woody.
Or do you mean a log fume, where you
a log fume?
Log fume?
No, flume.
Flume, that's it. Yeah.
The woody refers to a wooden roller coaster. Us roller coaster enthusiasts, Phil, will refer to wooden roller coasters as a woody.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like to think I'm a roller coaster fan, although I haven't been on one in many years. But clearly not that much. Clearly, I don't have the membership card.
You're, north of 40 now, mate. The juices in your inner ears do not allow for that kind of discombobulation.
No, I mean, it probably explains so much.
Well, we can go to Fort Park soon. Let's go, you and me.
Deal. Let's do it.
All right. Anyway, the point is, I went to Alton Towers, and they were doing this horror maze extravaganza for Halloween, and one of the horror mazes that I went into was themed around Nemesis. The idea is like the Nemesis monster is ingesting or digesting you or whatever, and they basically had all of these guys dressed up as like monsters, kind of like really, really weird BDSM Borg characters.
Okay. That sounds cool.
It was kind of cool, but it had that kind of, there was clearly no real kind of, grand design philosophy to what they created in terms of the costumes. It was just literally, I guess they went down to like Ann Summers and bought all the sort of least, offensive bondage gear, and then just kind of splashed it all over the place with a few bits of tube or something to add a bit of sort of sci-fi flavor. And I feel like that's what this is. It feels like this guy's gone down Ann Summers, bought the most kind of sanitary of the BDSM gear, and then stuck a few hose pipes on it just to kind of add a bit of sci-fi angle.
That was a very long segue to get around to actually talking about the point. Okay, right. So basically, you don't like their augmented nature.
Well, I just think there's no real rhyme or reason to it. It just looks like an explosion in a sci-fi crud factory, and they just went, bam, there you go. He's got big fists because people like that, and tubes because I don't know why not. And he's got a robot skull. I don't get it either.
Yeah, I mean, what I find more odd about it is it's like they've gone out of their way, and there's even artwork where in a mining facility you've got a bunch of robots doing all the heavy lifting. So it's like, but why then have you also got these guys doing it? Is it because they're all just treated as equal? So the robots do the same amount of work as the kin, that kind of makes having the robots or the iron kin a bit pointless then, right? If they're not doing the more dangerous work. And the fact that they're meant to be kind of cloned to be better, but then at the same time, so if they're cloning them to do specific jobs, like making them stronger and tougher skin and stuff, why they then also need to augment them even further? You would have thought the cloning process to change their purpose would be enough. But visually, I think these are cool. I mean, I like the two double fisty guy. I think he's pretty cool.
Really, you like that?
I kind of do, but I mean, I don't feel like it fits in at all with the Votan. It's like if this was like a kind of Khorne Zerker, like a model, I'd be like, cool. If this was like a gang in Necromunda, I'd be like, cool. Yeah, this is cool. I like some of their more sort of suit Caradron Overlord elements that they've got, like the padded knees and the sort of chest plate and stuff. I like those bits. But those bits aren't on any of the other models. And it's a bit weird that they're also like topless. It's like, okay, is it because they get sweaty in the mines? Is that why?
So as you can see, their muscles, Phil, they're muscly.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm just going to defer it to maybe these will look better in person, or maybe it makes more sense when they kind of come out with a bit more lore explaining why they are what they are, or we've seen the whole range as a whole. Maybe that would make more sense, because I've also called them Chthonian berserkers, and I've seen lots of people making mention of, oh, this is the Chthonian homeworld, or that they're mining what's left of it, and other people have said, well, no, it's just a word that means underground, and that's all. But I think it has confused people because Games Workshop have basically reused the name Chthonian to mean a specific famous planet, as well as just repeating this name here.
Well, it's, Horus's homeworld, right?
Well, exactly. That's why it's so famous.
Yeah. So they're not little Horuses. There's something else.
No, it's just a word that means underground.
Oh. Makes them even worse. So, like, the only thing that was moderately interesting about them, that they might have in some way been linked to that, now quite blown uppy planetscape of Horus's homeworld.
I mean, maybe they are, but also maybe not.
Just really bad, Phil. Real bad. And I think the name of the horror maze I was thinking of, I think I've just found it. It was Project 42. Oh. Basically, they had this intro video where this guy kind of looked like this, but it was like a weird sort of cheap, sci-fi horror kind of dumb costume.
Cheap Borg. Okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm looking at here. I mean, at first I thought, oh, it's sort of got, a little bit of a kind of resonant frequency of the old Spire gang. Like, it had a bit of Spire-ish to them. I was like, oh, sort of Spire-esque, I guess. But the more I like it, the more I look at it, the less I like it. Like, it's weird. Like, every time I sort of flick through the images, like, not one of these minis has any redeeming features. Like,
it's very harsh.
Honestly, the silhouette's terrible. The poses are blocky and uninteresting. It's got too much detail all over the place. It's not even like subtle. It's like, it's just a mishmash of color.
Well, there's something to be said. Like, it's going to be very tricky to paint because it's not like it's all flesh, and that's nice and easy. And it's not like it's all armor. There's just enough flesh to be really annoying to paint, but also not enough of it to make it any easy to paint. Because you've got to literally do a half and half job on this. And
I think you'd work really hard at trying to paint these as best you could, but they still look bad.
Oh, I think that's a bit harsh, but
honestly, these are probably
fair enough.
In recent memory, these might be the worst minis Games Workshop have ever put out.
No, because that is the Hovertrike.
I think these are worse than the Hovertrike.
Oh, no, I wouldn't put that.
Mate, come on now! Like, these are terrible.
Like, right, okay, let's rate the squat range so far.
All right, okay, I'm down for that.
From bad to good.
Okay.
Do you want to start at the best or do you want to start at the worst?
Let's start at the worst. These guys done. Right, that one was easy.
I would say Hovertrike for sure.
Hovertrike is your penultimate See, I would go with turtle blokies more than I'd go with hover trike.
No, see, I think turtle guys would probably be my next lot.
Yeah. No, I would go these fugly fellas, turtle guys, trike, the actual troop choice is terrible looking as well. And then what's after that? There's the robot with the pouch,
If we're doing him separately,
well, he is separate. He's a separate character, isn't he?
Well, no, I think he's. Oh yeah, I guess he is. I thought he was maybe part of the actual squad.
No, because he's quite a big kind of character-esque one, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it would still be. It'd be trike. Then it would be the robots. Then
as in these guys, the ones.
No, sorry.
About.
The trike last. Yeah. Then the mechanic robot with the apron.
You actually have the mechanic robot better than these.
Oh, it's awful. Oh, yeah.
Worse than these,
sure.
sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Worse than these. Then I would have, I think I would say the turtle guys, the exosuits.
Yeah.
Then these guys. Oh, yeah. Then, it's going to be a joint first place. Then it's either, then I'd say the regular dudes, the units, the squad, and then lastly it's the ATV. Also, firstly, so ATV's the best probably.
Yeah, they're Mars Roma from that.
I'd sort of wish like everything was much more stylized to fit in with the Mars rover. If they did much more of like a 40k NASA, I think that would have been a better vibe for everything, and just have that as their consistent look, as opposed to your scouts on trikes plus your barely clothed mining dudes. Yeah, because they could have done like a really cool like Gene Stealer cult vibe, like, guys in mining gear, a bit like the Necromunda ones, because they would actually be the Necromunda gang's top if we were to throw those.
If we were including them in the squat range, they're the best thing about squats right now.
Yeah, although the big guy would probably be somewhere in the middle, I think.
No, the big guy is better than anything in the Voltan range, even this Mars rover thing.
Oh, okay.
I have a real soft spot for the big guy from
the other version of it, like the one that's got because I think one's got a claw and a flamer, and then there's an alternative weapon. And I think it does look better with the alternative weapon, which might be the flamer and not. I can't remember what the other gun was that it had.
I can't remember either, but I definitely know for a fact that the big dude, the Exo Driller, I've just looked at his name.
Yeah,
much better. I say it goes the scout, the squat miners, the Exo Driller, and then the Mars rover thingy, which is called a what is this thing called? Laser Votan Sagittar ATV.
Yeah. So there's one worrying thing about that, and they've said it every time they've mentioned it, is like you can take two of them to transport a squad. So it's doing the same job as the AdMech Flyer, funnily enough, where basically to take, I assume, a whole 10-man squad, maybe a 20-man squad, but basically to take a whole squad, you actually need two of them, and you split your squad between the two. So either the ATV has a 5-man transport capacity, which kind of makes it rubbish, or each one has a 10-man transport capacity and you can take squads of 20, which I can't remember if they've said that or not. I have a feeling they might have said that a while ago, but can't remember.
Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, obviously it's a good racket, isn't it? If you can sell twice the amount of 40 quid transports, you'll need two of these, and then they'll point them as a unit of two for sub 100 points, and you'll be like, oh, good, I'll keep buying them. And then because they're really good rules and blah, 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 and then, 3 weeks later, they'll go, oh, by the way, thanks for buying all of those, but they're now 200 points each, and all the other stuff that they usually do. But no, like, I think, yeah, of the Voltan range, the ATV is the best of it. But yeah, easily, in my opinion, these new people are the worst of it. But again, I mean, it's a tallest dwarf competition, right? It's like there's no real winner.
How dare you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the best. It's just I'm looking at them again. I think the one that offends me most is the one with the kind of Klingon-esque bumpy head with the robot eye and the sword. Just abysmal. But they're all terrible.
So was that from the actual squad range or the exosuit that had the bumpy head?
Let me show you. I'll share my screen so as you can see what I'm talking about. That one.
Oh, so you're still talking about the miners? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the guy with one of the big axes.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, the whole concept of the axes, I'm not really. I mean, at least it's an axe this time, not a sword. But the overall, we've just made it a not purple, an orangey glow color for their power weapons. I mean, maybe it makes sense. It's meant to be a bit Fire Slayer vibe, but at the same time, I'm just not a huge fan of it.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because again, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to look just to remind myself.
Because it's also got a very blunt edge to it.
Well, exactly.
It's not sharp at all, but maybe that's the point. Maybe
slowly burning through them with this rather warm.
Yeah, it sort of feels like it's just a block of metal that's heated up, or is it representing some kind of, I don't know, plasma energy burning away? Maybe.
So I'm just looking at the Fire Slayer minis, right? And for a while, I actually thought that the Magadroth wasn't a great mini. And to be fair, by the standards of modern Age of Sigmar, the Magmadroth is not great.
I think a lot of the Fire Slayer range didn't come out of AOS very well in comparison to pretty much all of them have come out being really fantastic ranges, and I feel like Fire Slayers just were a bit of a swing and a miss, so to speak.
But much better than Leagues of Voltan. Honest to God, I'm looking at this range and I'm like, there's some real character and beauty to some of the things they've created here. There's some real personality.
What's interesting
Volkite
is
Berserkers look absolutely awesome. The terrain piece they've got is cool. Some of the characters look absolutely fantastic. There's some good stuff here. Is it a great looking Age of Sigmar army by the standards of Age of Sigmar armies? No, but it looks way cooler than these Voltan guys. At least there's a design
there's a design aesthetic where they were like, what if Troll Slayers but whole army? That is the philosophy of them, and that's kind of cool as a concept. I'm not massively sold on it because I was a huge dwarf player back in Warhammer Fantasy. So when these guys came out, I was like, oh, maybe this will be the AOS army for me. And then when I saw stuff, I was like, no, it's not. I'm not a huge fan of the weird lanterns in their axes, and I think the overall sculpts weren't brilliant, but visually cohesive. That's they all look the same, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, but they do visually look like one army. All with purpose, and I feel like the Leagues of Votan don't at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see until we see everything. And I think is a bit of a weird range where they've been teasing us, drip feeding us the odd unit or the odd model here and there. I almost feel like if they had done a bit of a splash and gone sometimes they just show you a bit of artwork, or not artwork, an actual photo, and it's an army shot. It doesn't have to be the whole army, but a couple of squads and a couple of units all together on the battlefield. A bit like the leaked image that then they actually gave us, which was of the Ursula Creed and the Sentinels and the Kazakin. And there was a big, beautiful army-wide shot of all of those units. If they had done something like that for Leagues of Votan, straight off the bat and gone, boom, here you go. Here's 5-6 units for you to look at, so you get a whole view of it. I mean, that's probably a month's worth of drip-fed content, or even a couple of months at this rate, that they could have just slowly rolled out like they've been doing. But I feel like it would have had a much greater impact, and people would have probably liked it a lot more. Whereas I think when you look at units in isolation, you get a bit laser focused, and it's much easier to criticize, I think, doing it the way that they've been presenting it.
Here's the thing. You say that, but then you look at Kill Team Into the Darkness and you go, oh, they do know how to make extraordinarily cool looking minis.
Oh,
because
I thought you were going to say bad minis.
Mate, no. Into the Darkness. Top shelf. Incredible. The Imperial Navy breaches, one of the coolest looking Imperial units. Hands down. Phenomenal. Like, so much personality, so much like dynamic posing and character, and just incredible. And the armor design is fantastic. It's just amazing. And then you have the Kroot, which probably is, I'm going to say it, the best looking unit in the game. That Kroot squad. Period. I don't think there's a better looking squad in 40k than that Kroot squad.
Better than the Orc Commandos?
Yes.
Because that was a pretty cool...
Better than the Orc Commandos. The Commandos had a lot of personality, and I quite liked those little design cues around some of the comedic aspects. Like, I like the guy with the flamethrower who's got the oven mitt. Like, that was kind of a cool touch. And I liked the grot elements of it and the things they added in there. But these Kroot look crazy. They just ooze personality. You got the hunter type character with his dual blade and pickaxe, with his crazy mask. He looks absolutely phenomenal. And the Kroot hounds look immense. The guy with the massive cannon, you know, he's so happy with his massive cannon. He's living the dream. Even
I would say that I actually really like the Kroot range, and my criticism's more the breaches, which we can talk about in a minute. But the guy with the large cannon with almost like, I don't want to call it a barrel, but a tri-bowed gun, like
that guy,
the really sort of underslung weapon that stands out as being a bit too sci-fi and futuristic.
That's what I love about it, though.
Well, it doesn't fit the rest of the models. Like, even the other guy with his sort of bow gun, it's sort of like a bow and arrow harpoon gun, right? That feels a bit more lower tech. And obviously one guy's carrying a sort of Tau rifle, fair enough. But yeah, there's a sort of heavy tri-bow crossbow vibe thing. Looks just a touch too futuristic in comparison to the rest of the gear. But I mean, that is literally my one criticism of the whole gang.
Yeah,
so overall, I think that's pretty cool. And it does look cool. It just sort of stands out slightly.
I like it from the perspective that that it's them utilizing some kind of like Tau technology beyond just the guy with the pulse rifle.
They're sort of like repurposing Tau weaponry to their own vibes, which I get. And to be honest, if it wasn't for the armor being painted black and beautifully edge highlighted, if that was like a grungy metal color, I probably wouldn't have noticed. It's just the way that it's being painted that probably just makes it stand out a little bit too much in comparison to the rest. But yeah, the doggos, they look so cool. Like, I want one as a pet.
I'm sure you'd be, careful what you wish for, I suppose. When it
I know.
it
would probably eat my cats though, so I'll have to probably pass.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, incredible. Just amazing. It's fantastic. That is clearly someone at Games Workshop who is very, very good at their job. If I was to discover that the person who sculpted these Kroot had anything to do with sculpting any of the Leagues of Voltan, I would be shocked to my core. Like, whoever is sculpting the Leagues of Voltan probably needs to go work somewhere else.
I think is an interesting fact, and I'm pretty sure it's true. And I don't know how much it relates to like every single miniature, but it feels like it's a bit rarer when one person will do either an entire range or even whole models, because quite often I think models get passed around between the teams. So someone will start it and then have to go either on another project, or someone else will be given a chance to do bits on a model. So it feels like there's maybe less individual personality going into the models like you would do in the olden days, where it'd be like, these are sculpted by the Perry twins or what have you. Now it's a bit more homogenous. I'm not entirely sure, because I think sometimes you do see on Instagram, like Daz will be like, oh yeah, I designed this one and painted by so and so, or he designed and painted it because he's a talented guy. So maybe sometimes they do manage to do like start to finish a whole model in isolation, but it feels like quite often they also don't.
Who knows, mate? Who knows? All I know is these crew are really cool. Now tell me what you don't like about the
Crew Codex. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my god, please,
especially if they're like this, especially if they're like, because I think because I was listening to something recently talking about crew, and originally they were meant to be more like just crew mercenaries, and it's like, yeah, they could be allied with the Tau, but it'd be kind of cool to have a race that is just mercenaries that you could just have in almost any army, like guns for hire.
Mate,
because that's the one thing that they used to do back in like fantasy days. They used to do a bunch of like mercenary units. War dogs. That was it. Yeah, that was a beautiful range, and still is really to this day. So yeah, 40k mercenaries, where almost anyone could have them. I guess maybe Tyranids wouldn't. But other than that, you could probably find some lore justification for anyone else potentially using them. Guns for hire.
Mate, no, agree. Tell me about the breaches. What's your problem with the breaches?
They're cool. There's a few things I just have little bugbears about. So the helmet style, I'm not a huge fan on. They're slightly different from the original Jez Goodwin artwork, from which they're all based. They also, and it could just be the paint job, they look like the Vindicare assassin, because he's got a very similar visor. So, and I never liked his either, to be honest. Like, so that's one reason why I don't like it. And then also, if you look at the original artwork from which they're based, they have a bit more of like a diving bell aesthetic to them, like the old diving suits. And they're in much more like padded overalls, whereas these guys are sort of wearing robes, which seems a little bit odd. But maybe that's a vibe to be consistent with, Krieg and other things. Maybe there's some compatibility, not issues, bonuses by having that kind of, cloak, greatcoat style vibe to them. And what's the other thing I don't like? I think overall they're pretty good. I just wish there was I think the greatcoat vibe is the bit that, and the helmet probably are the two bits that irk me the most. Plus, some of the weapons just are very big, right? They're very heroic scale. Like if the shotguns were a tiny bit smaller, and I don't know, I'm just having a look through them. Ultimately, the pistols were a tiny bit smaller. I think actually they'd be really good minis. And then for the helmets, making them a bit more like the Solar Auxilia ones, where they've got like these flip up helms, because they've taken like the axe concept, like that's very Solar Auxilia, and it'd just be like little tweaks, and you could easily kit bash them to be perfect. And they are, as a new guard unit, pretty phenomenal. I'm really glad that they've done them as a concept. It was funny because I remember when they did the initial preview for this, just before the preview, they gave us a little silhouette of some of the characters, and I was like, oh, Imperial Navy and Inquisition. And it wasn't Inquisition, it was the Witch Hunters Warband for Underworld. but it was Imperial Navy, so I was like, they do have a very distinct silhouette, I guess. Is my point about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall though, pretty cool. I mean, I think once I see these in person, I'll probably love them even more. Like the chain fist guy is quite cool, but he's sort of missing some fingers. Like if he had his hand plus the chain fist, that would be cool.
I guess it's who knows. I still kind of dig it. I think again, I think the oversized weapons are kind of interesting because maybe it's them actually accommodating for the fact that a bolt pistol is a weapon that a Space Marine wields, and it looks small on a Space Marine, but on a human, it's well big, and I'm into it. I think. Yeah. And also, if I could just say as well, the terrain, not necessarily extraordinary, but good, solid terrain for a Kill Team box for sure.
I mean, right. I saw that and I was a touch disappointed because when they did the previews, it looked amazing and looked really phenomenal. And then when you look at it here, it kind of reminds me of admittedly, it was very good. So, the outpost terrain that they did recently with the bunker and the radar dish?
Yeah.
But do you remember it also had the kind of crap like fencing that just goes in straight lines? And that looked a bit bland. And then this is very like boxy. It's like, I guess it's how they built it. It's like in big squares with some little bits jutting out. And it's all very squarey and boxy. And it just reminds me a lot of like the third party plastic or 3D printed Zone Mortalis stuff, where it's like very simple in comparison to, it's very simple and flat and square. That's my gripe about it, I think, and the fact that the photo of it on some 3D like plastic board, like they've clearly got some, because it's not Zone Mortalis, it's clearly specific, let's say, Space Hulk tilings. It makes it look really good. But then when you see it sort of slightly almost like floating off of the play mats that comes in this box set, just looks just a bit on the cheap side in comparison. I think there'd be some great kit bashes. And they've also said that there's going to be other like expandable bits of scenery coming in the future boxes. So that will be really cool to see as well. I think it's got some real potential. I'd love to see how, or if it's actually compatible with Zone Mortalis. I think that'd be a cool little thing if it's possible.
I mean, if it's not compatible with Zone Mortalis, they've definitely missed a trick. But,
completely. And to be honest, it doesn't necessarily look like it is, but so long as I think the wall sizes and the columns, like sort of, as long as that's like the same width as how the columns and walls work for Zone Mortalis, so you could do like either a cheap version of Zone Mortalis, or you could just swap some bits out, right? Like if these wall pieces fit between the columns in Zone Mortalis, that'd be amazing, right? Even if it requires like a tiny bit of work to make happen. But if like they've made those distances between the columns and walls a completely different dimension, then they've completely messed this up, and it's not going to be that useful at all to anyone. I hope it's more functional than the Necron, the Kill Team terrain that was was it Pariah Nexus? I think
Pariah Nexus. Yeah.
I will say though, the extra bits that you get in the terrain, not necessarily the kind of crates, because they're the generic ones that have been going around for donkey's years, but like the generator and all the like electrical piping and stuff that comes with this looks amazing, and that is maybe the most important thing out of this, out of the scenery, because that looks like it should be quite straightforward, compatible with Zone Mortalis. Like you could take that generator and just plonk it down on a Zone Mortalis board quite easily, and it should fit in. So at least that bit, and maybe hopefully the doors and stuff will be compatible. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree. But yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like when you see stuff like this, it definitely makes you think about where they're at with other ranges, because just the crew alone, incredible, like so good. And There you go.
I mean, it feels like it's the first time since the original Kill Team box with the Commandos and Krieg, where we had like 2 brand new units in a box
100%.
together. And also it's now got like brand new terrain as well. Has it been a year since Kill Team first came out?
Yeah.
So is this basically like, year 2 of Kill Team? Here's the big box to get everyone sort of excited, and this time we're now theming it to a specific war zone of Space Hulk. Anyway, yeah, I think since then it's the first time where it's got a lot of buzz and it's done a lot right. Like, even though, there's some things I'm not a huge fan of with the Navy team, I do think it's still really great. Like, I can ask for a kind of a better concept, even if there's some bits I would change.
While we were going through this, not to hark on about how much I dislike the Leagues of Oldtown again, but I was just going through all the armies and trying to think if any of the Rangers were also in a bad state at the moment. So when you kind of go through them, you go, Tyranids, currently a gorgeous range, incredible range. Tau, fantastic, really strong range. Orcs, probably one of the best ranges in all of 40k outside of Marines, incredible. Necrons, maybe a few months or a few years ago could have been accused of being a bit rubbish, but now phenomenal. Features some incredible miniatures. GSC L'Occult, gorgeous. Really great looking range.
Yeah, probably
Drakari,
one of the best. Yeah,
Drakari, phenomenal. Really beautiful range. Aeldari, same deal.
Although with Eldar, you do still have some like old sculpts, right? Are you talking more about just in general, like
in the general?
quality?
Yeah, like obviously, if you're still using old Warp Spider minis that are as old as I am, fine. Like, they're not that great, but on the whole, Aeldari is still a fabulous range. Thousand Suns, maybe one of the weaker ones, I'd say. Thousand Suns. I think the Zangors aren't the best, and I think the Thousand Suns are potentially a little bit more static than some of the other ranges, but
yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
but still strong, still good. Death Guard, phenomenal. Chaos Space Marines, phenomenal. Chaos Knights, phenomenal. Chaos Demons, got a few little weird models in there, but overall stupendous. And then Inquisition's a bit janky in places, but they've got some absolutely stunning models here and there.
Yes, but it's not really a faction, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because it should be, right? It totally
no,
should
indeed.
Be.
Imperial Knights is pretty stunning. Astra Militarum is going from strength to strength at the moment. I think, there is
it's definitely one of the weaker ones in terms of it's got a lot of outdated sculpts that are rumored to maybe getting redone, like the Cadian range, bit dated in places. The Kachan, definitely dated.
I will say this:
some of the vehicles are a bit dated, like the Basilisk model and stuff, but they're also quite iconic. So I could imagine they don't need to change them. But then I also said that I'd say about Sentinels, and they've updated those. So who knows what they do with the rest.
I'll say this for these League of Votan lads: they are better looking than the plastic Catchans.
Yeah, fair enough.
As in the standard plastic Catachan.
Yeah, because the command squad was okay, but the regular infantry squad was a bit derpy.
Well, it came out in like 99, I want to say. I think the Catachan box set launched in like 1999.
It is funny when people say, this model is older than I am.
Yes. I mean, obviously,
not us, but
in this case, but for someone out there. There's a 24-year-old out there who is as old as Catachan squads. Anyway, so Astra Militarum, Adeptus Mechanicus, got a few little quirky models in there, but overall gorgeous range. Custodes, pretty phenomenal.
Do you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say I don't like a lot of the Custodian models.
Oh, okay.
I think the bikes look a bit crap. and
Oh,
I
really?
think the main guys, like the standard infantry, just I don't know. There's something about it. Where
No, they are cool. I love those guys.
I don't know.
They've got a lot of stature. They've got a lot of regalness to them. They look great.
Yeah, there's just some bits about them that I'm just a bit like, they're just a bit too fussy. They're meant to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the standard Guardian guys look pretty cool, but the guys with the overly sized swords and shields, yeah, I'm not a fan of those.
Fair enough. And then Adeptus Sororitas are phenomenal.
Top notch. Yeah.
Space Marines are Space Marines. That's it. So far, Leagues of Votann, the worst range in 40k.
Could be. I mean, I really want to love them. I really want to like them.
Of course.
But I think hands down, I've already decided I'm not buying them. They've got to really pull out come out shooting basically to really change my mind on that one. I think they're just so marmitey, and I think that just might be the problem of a range sitting on the shelf gathering dust for so many years that everyone has an idea of what they wanted out of them if they were to ever come back. And I guess it's like Star Wars, right? They're only going to please half the population. They can't please everyone. And that's the situation we're in with the Leagues of Votann. It's like, yes, I bet there are some people that just absolutely love every single model. Brilliant if you are one of those people.
Yeah, I'm really happy for you if you are. And I apologize if we're being a bit unreasonable about it.
I suspect, and the general consensus I get from people is people like some of the models, but they don't like a lot of the others. And that's a real shame that is the case. But yeah, I'm still, as much as I criticize it now, will reserve final judgment until I see everything, basically.
Yeah, totally agree. But, well, I say that. I think I've nailed my colours at this point. I think I'm on the negative train, unfortunately. I feel like it's going to be quite difficult for me to come back from where I'm at. But hey, there you go. If in the future, I mean, I have a Leagues of Votann army and I'm the worst kind of hypocrite, you feel free to tell me off.
Exactly, I will. What I really want to see is a Votann head, like a giant scenery piece, like in the artwork that he did, which is a bit like the Fire Slayer Furnace, actually, which made me think about it.
That would be
a giant head that is sculpted from, I don't know, maybe it's not sculpted because it's like a computer, right? So maybe it's all made of metal of some kind. That would be cool. Giant head.
Like the giant toad head from Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars.
I mean, I'll say yes, but I don't know the reference, even though I know the cartoon. I was thinking if there's a really obscure movie featuring Sean Connery, I think from the 70s, and that has like a giant floating robot head as well, and it has a similar name to Votann, but I can't remember what it is.
Well, fair enough. Well, that was that. Last thing, Horus Heresy wolf heads. Where are we at with them? You seen those?
Oh, God. Well, yes. Yeah, I've seen them because we've been talking about them in the... Oh, Zardoz. That's it. Yeah. Zardoz. Yeah. You've got to go off and watch the trailer for that, everyone, because it is bonkers. I'm pretty sure that's one. Yeah. The Space Wolf heads, we were talking about that in our little chat group earlier. And I'll reiterate what I said then. If it was one or two in the entire upgrade pack and the rest were like kind of cool themed Space Wolf, like, Viking helmets or just, general marks of armor with a couple of ruins or a wolf pelt or something on them, then it would have been great. But the fact is every single head bar one, and that's like a bear head. Kind of awful, right? Like I every time I saw those wolf heads in 40k on like the character models and stuff, I just think they look naff, like tacky AF. So I don't like them here, and it doesn't feel very Horus Heresy either. It feels very 40k. because Horus Heresy, hate to say it, historical in air quotes, but also a lot more grounded than 40k. And this isn't that. That's the complete opposite. This is 40k.
I don't hate it. Like, it's really weird. I don't hate it.
But would you want a squad of them? Like 1 or 2, like to signify like your sergeant? Sure. Yeah.
I mean,
not? But a whole squad of them?
Not if I was looking to denote what I feel Space Wolves look like within the Horus Heresy setting. They don't fit that, but what they do, I think, is quite fun. If I was someone who really, really liked wolf heads, you know, why not? Like, have a squad of wolf marines. It's cool in the context of a interesting head sculpt that's different, and it would be cool to have a squad of them if it was an aesthetic that you were.
Yeah, I just say if you want to go, I'm going to do like an assault squad and make them all, ferocious looking. Maybe I'd do it like that. But yeah, it just feels like a bit too on the nose and a bit too much.
I agree.
And a bit too much of a gimmick, I think. Which is why I think if you had 1 or 2 sprinkled in your whole army, it would look a little bit better. Having a whole squad of them, I think it might just be a bit too much. At least for my taste, but obviously everyone's got a different personal taste, obviously, because some people are going to like the Leagues of Votan as well.
Of course.
Yes, and I've seen people online talk about it, and some people have been like, yeah, it's great. Oh, I love them. Because if you're Wolves, if you're a Space Wolf fan and you really dig the Wolf vibe, then this is for you. If you're a Space Wolf fan that goes, I want my Norse Vikings in space, and less of the over-the-top wolfiness, then maybe it's not for you.
Yeah, I as I say, I think the one thing they don't really do is depict what I would assert based on the literature and based on the kind of lore.
I'd be curious, is there any artwork within the Horus Heresy depicting a space wolf with a wolf helmet? I wouldn't be surprised if there is, but I would actually be surprised if there isn't at all and that they've done this.
Horus Heresy artwork. Here we go.
I have to say, the upgrade packs for the Horus Heresy have just been very lackluster so far. Like the Sons of Horus ones didn't look like the old Forge World ones.
I like the Dark Angel one. I mean, the Dark Angel one's pretty good.
I just think overall they've come out and most people have universally gone, these aren't as good as the ones you used to do. And I don't know if that's just because they've taken them in a deliberately different direction from the Forge World sculpts, or if it's due to the limitations in the plastic.
I get the feeling like they thought, well, this is a helmet replacement for a beaky squad. So within the confines of that kind of beaky silhouette,
this is a Space Wolf beaky. Yeah.
So the Space Wolves already have a unit, which is the I forget what it's called now, but there's a Space Wolf kind of like, it looks like a unit of chaplains. They're all in black armor and they've got wolf skull heads.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that is something that has existed, but when you actually go back and look for like the artwork, it's all very feral looking Space Marines, helmetless, or if they're wearing helmets, they're traditional Space Marine helmets with top knots and all sorts of, pelt type paraphernalia. There are no bits of artwork that I am seeing thus far that is a man wearing a ornate wolf head beyond the units that are I forget the name of them. I'm gonna have to look them up just so as I'm completely correct on that account. Warhammer, the Horus Heresy, Loyalist Legions, Space Wolves. They are a squad of Legion Deathsworn pack. So those guys have an established kind of aesthetic, at least in the Forge World range, of wearing wolfy heads. But beyond them, though, but like again, though, there's a certain kind of look to these guys where, again, it feels just a little bit more of the setting than these, quite 40k-esque helmets. But I don't necessarily hate what they look like. I think, as I said, I don't hate them. I just don't think they're Horus Heresy Space Marines.
Yeah, because if you look, so they've got the Grey Slayers, which was an upgrade kit for Horus Heresy. Like they're basically got all bear heads. So it sort of feels like, I think most people think Space Wolves, they think bear heads more than wolf helms.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. They had a lot of like quirky superstitions, and they used to wear like strange ceremonial like leather masks and things like that. And that's what I think the Grey Slayers are representative of. They're more linked to those kind of old Space Wolf Fenrisian traditions and so on and so forth. But yeah, like I don't know. I can understand why people are a bit shocked by this design decision. But as I say, the Dark Angel ones look okay. I think they're okay. I will be buying some Dark Angel ones. That is for sure.
Yeah, and I think the Imperial Fist ones were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were good. They were good.
They've got like kind of Crusader helms. They were really nice.
Yeah, no, agreed. Well, there we go. Anything else you want to talk about, buddy, or should we wrap this up?
Ooh, well, why don't you tell me what hobbying you've been doing lately?
None.
Very good.
I seriously have done nothing, mate. I have been so busy dealing with life that I've had no time. Like, this is my hobby now. I do this podcast.
Well, that is
this is true. It. This is all I do. How about you? What have you been up to?
Well, I haven't really done a huge amount. Again,
oh my god, we're as bad as each other.
Well,
we need to go back and listen to that episode where we talk about hobby fatigue.
I know. I mentioned that to someone else recently.
I'm not fatigued. I just don't do it. That's the difference.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing two things. One of them is for my shop, which I guess is hobby. I've been making my coaxial eliminator cannon. So I've been prepping them for a mold, basically, which just involves lots of sanding, lots of spraying with filler primer to get the models to be really crisp and smooth, and then re-adding on some rivets that had been miscast. So I'm slowly working through them. It takes far too long. It's not very practical at all. And then the other thing is I've been working on some proto terminators for my Thunder Warriors. So I did one that I'd almost finished, and I was waiting on Toke to send me one piece for that, which actually arrived a few days ago, so I can go back to that guy and try and finish him off. But since I've learned how to do the first one in terms of the process and how I want to convert him up, I've been working with the other two, so I can make a 3-man squad, basically. Because unfortunately, unlike in 40k, you can't take 1-man squads of Terminators in Horus Heresy. You need squads of 3. So that's my aim, is to build up a squad of 3. So I'm slowly working on the other two, and actually those two have been a lot quicker, I think, than the first one, because I now know what I'm doing. But yeah, I mean, I haven't spent a huge lot of time on that. You haven't had time this week or the week before, really.
Yeah, no, that's it, man. I mean, I haven't even really played very many games lately. I think the month of July will probably go down as the month I played the least games of 40k in the last, probably 20 years.
Wow, that is something. I think in part, that is just summertime for a lot of people. Like, people are away on holidays and stuff. So, yeah,
I think
that happens.
So it depends whether Beachhead, which I helped out TOing at, happened in July. It might well have done, in which case I've played the 3 games of 40k I played at Beachhead, and that's it. Which is near unheard of for me.
No, even I managed to get at least 2 games in. Admittedly, that was 2 small games with Phil and Richie doing our freeway game that we talked about in the last episode.
Yeah. No, I've played very little. I played a game of Horus Heresy. Definitely did that. Made time to try and get that in. But yeah, I just think the sort of I don't know. I think I think that's it. I need to make the time, but unfortunately, I don't know where I'm going to make it at the moment. I don't know. I think I'm on a relative, at least for August. I think I'm going to maintain a relative hobby hiatus because I just don't know when I'm going to find the time to do anything.
Well, you'll be doing the Crusade event in August, won't you?
September, but yeah, I won't have
September,
anything prepared for it. I'll just take a ready-made thing that I already own along. Just hope for the best.
Fair enough.
Well, there you go. I guess that's it then.
It is.
Bye, Phil.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.